It's on, you can hear me? Okay, hey. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 2024 New Venture Competition at the McGuire Center for Entrepreneurship. So my name is John Sharp. I am the director of the McGuire Center, and this is my 5th year being involved with this particular program as well as other programs within the center. And as advertised, the expectations and the intensity and the energy is exactly where we hoped it would be. So we have 14 teams of students here today that are going to compete for a $10,000 first prize and significant second, third, fourth, and fifth prizes. So we are looking forward to some superb performances from our students. They've been working at this all year long. And I need my clicker, excuse me. Oh, before I move to this slide, this QR code, if you use your phone, you can pull up the bios of the teams using this QR code. So for those of you that need a moment, you can go ahead and pull that up. That way you can see when teams come up, you can actually see a little bit of a description of what they do. And that may also be visible. Also, just so everyone knows, this event is being live streamed on YouTube. So we have parents and family members and so forth, potentially around the globe, that are tuning in to watch this competition online. Everybody got the QR code? Great. So, this is me. I know, I already did that part, right? So you don't need to hear more about me, because let's talk about the McGuire Center. So the McGuire Center started in 1984, and it had a name like the Center for the Free Market, Study of the Free Market Economy, or something like that. It ended up being renamed to the Chris and Carol McGuire Center for Entrepreneurship in the early 90s. All right. Yeah. And so 40 years in the making, and I think this particular competition, probably about 35, 36 of those years, to the best that we can ascertain, because not all the records have survived from that era. But we have a lot of people in the room who've been through this program. They continually come back, they continually give back, they give their time, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that. The McGuire Center, we are still ranked top 10 amongst public universities in the U.S. for entrepreneurship. And I mean, we're standing, alongside schools like the University of Michigan and Indiana and places like this, right? These are really big, prominent schools, and we are a peer institution in every sense. And maybe a little known stat, maybe you heard this stat before, but approximately 30% of students that go through and come through the McGuire program, and specifically the New Venture Development Program, which is the program that we're talking about today, actually go on to launch a business at some point in their career. And so we do our level best to try to track that information by keeping in touch with our alumni. But that's an impressive number, because what it means is that we are creating a mindset and expectation for these students that they either will start their own business, maybe they choose to work for a startup, but they want in to that world because it's exciting, you learn a ton. And when I came out of Eller, I didn't really know about entrepreneurship when I came out of Eller and became an entrepreneur myself. But this is definitely something that I would have done in a heartbeat, because this really spoke to me, and it's really been gratifying to be able to come back after all these years and honestly have a second career working with students and working with all of you guys. So I'm really glad to be here. I gotta get this clicker thing right. We will hear from our dean. He is not here yet. There's a board meeting going on right now. So I am going to talk a little bit about our programming at the center. So if you look up at the top, you'll see NVD Launch Our Vision. everyone can kind of read this slide, but a lot of these programs are set up to engage students as they're coming right into the university. So one of the things that we've done with the programming over the past couple of years is we've really tried to make sure that first and second year students have an option to participate at McGuire because there just wasn't a whole lot of curriculum available. And so we've actually set up some one unit and even some optional courses that cover things like e-commerce or working with the bookstore, or working with athletics and some of our campus partners, so that they can have experiences in entrepreneurship and help them to decide whether entrepreneurship is something they want to pursue either curricularly or as a double major within Eller, or it's just they want to be in the room. And some of them want to be in the room as a founder, and some of them want to be in the room because they just think it's really cool. They love hearing the ideas. And it's amazing when you come and sit and the students are meeting in the center and they're just talking about how they solve problems. And I think as advisors, a lot of us aren't really giving them the answers. And I think Mike would agree with me on this. We are creating this environment where they feel safe to explore these things. And we help them sometimes to not make certain mistakes with money or with signing contracts or whatever it is, and really helping to guide them. So there's a lot that happens at McGuire, including opportunities to come in and support ventures. You can learn how to do drop shipping, you can learn how to do manufacturing, you can learn how to do a lot of these practical things that folks need if they're actually going to launch a business on their own. Let me talk a little bit about our instructors. So Mike Miles, if you might stand please, Mike. This year, in her first year with the McGuire Center here at Eller, Kristen Cronenberg. Thank you, Kristen. And moving along, so one of the big differences about this course versus kind of a lot of the other courses we have is we have an advisor team that is dedicated to working with these student teams. So the advisors play a really important role because most of them, if not, I think I'm the only one here who didn't go through McGuire, I think, as a student. I think I'm the only one. But we have Jorgen Benediktsson, who's running our live stream today. We have Callie Groth, who is CEO of Black Hawk Engineering. We have Steve Yin, who is not here right now. He's in the board, but Steve comes with a lot of finance background and has served on the Eller board for a number of years. So cool. Robin Tosick, entrepreneur, started Akino and Savvy Self, so she started at least 2 businesses, if not more. Robin Tosick. And then I'm going to skip myself because I've already talked about it. Backing us all up is our staff, and we all are kind of all hands on deck kind of operation here at McGuire. Everybody is there to do whatever is needed to make these events what they are, and every year these events really shine, in my opinion. So we have Assistant Director Jordan Elias. I think a lot of you know Jordan. Sandy Duplessis, who runs our lab program and iVenture, and our PAT. Elise Wright, Program Coordinator. William Peck, who's our Business Manager, who handles all the finance. And Jackie Newbury, who is my right hand, literally, keeps me from getting in trouble. Thank God for Jackie, or I would not be able to be in front of you today. And last but not least, our Community Alumni Relations is Ted McGuire. I would like to introduce the Dean of the College of Management here at Eller, Karthik Kannan.
So first of all, I want to thank you all for coming and participating. I appreciate all of your presence and your time and effort commitments here. I had the opportunity to meet with a few entrepreneurship students yesterday. It was amazing to think about what these folks are doing, right? The three examples I saw, one was about an implantable, not necessarily an implantable, but an attached health device. And the other one was about software programs and things like that they were doing. Just phenomenal ideas. And another one had a sustainable green tea or a sustainable golf tee. Ideas that were beautiful. And what amazes me are these students when they graduate and they have that entrepreneurial bug bitten to do very innovative stuff in their companies, in their organizations. And some of them have gone on to build fantastic careers. If I were to pick a couple of things about our students, I really mean this when I say this. Grittiness is the word that comes to my mind. Scrappiness is the word comes to my mind. They make it work, right? And here we have judges and others who have come in who have made it work many times over. And it's phenomenal to see what McGuire Center has been able to achieve that. Help us achieve it, actually, right? It was established in 1985, and so we are about celebrating close to the 40th year, I guess, right? And so it's just phenomenal what we've been able to accomplish. And right now it's ranked number 8, and we are only moving up. It has built relationships across the different parts of the campus, engineering, Startup Tucson, I'm missing a few other names here, Tech Launch Arizona, Startup Tucson, UACI. And of all the stuff that McGuire is doing, they're I believe, teaching or engaging with 1,500 students every year, right? A large number of students overall. And in that broad spectrum, this one, New Venture Competition, is a phenomenally unique program. And it's great to see the success stories, and this is a prelude to the bear down and pitch that's coming up next week. And yeah, absolutely, right? And I'm super proud when I go talk about, and when I go meet with some of our alums, they're so much excited about what benefit they got from this entrepreneurship program. So I thank the staff and the faculty members who are involved in the program, who make this successful, and these sort of efforts you don't see very often in most other institutions. And kudos to you all. Thank you. Sorry I'm late because I was in a different meeting too.
So I want to again thank everyone for being here and thank everyone who's watching online. I would now like to introduce to you Ted McGuire, who is our Community Alumni Relations Director, and Ted is going to talk a little bit about our center partners.
All right, welcome everybody. I shall make this brief because you don't want to hear from me. Or maybe it's not working. Oh, okay, real quick. We could not be here today without people that came before us. I saw her, she's at a board meeting today. Obviously, Carl Eller has passed away, but John mentioned it earlier. In 1984, Carl had an idea, and it was called the Carl Eller Study of the Small Market Private Economy. I would have loved to be in the meeting when they picked that name, but I wasn't. In 1984, I think I was in junior high school. Anyway, Stevie is still here today supporting the college, so we are grateful to them. There you go. I like to say this. I thought of this morning as I was driving here. These folks, those are my folks. It's clear their greatest venture is standing in front of you right now. Don't tell my older brother and sister I said that. All right? Those are my folks. They themselves are University of Arizona graduates. They are small business owners. They support the center. They have. My dad comes to this usually every year, but as you're getting a little bit older, it's a little bit more difficult to get around. So he's still with us, just not here. I don't even know if he knows how to use the old Facebook, but if you're watching. All right, these are our center partners. Arizona Center for Innovation, the Berger Foundation, the Desert Angels, Startup Tucson, and the Muzzy Foundation. We couldn't do these things without these folks. So, yes.
Let me interrupt, Ted.
Yeah.
So can we go back to Ted's parents and clap for them as well?
Yes, let's clap for them. Anyone else we should clap for?
Oh, me.
We can clap. We do have some parents and grandparents here, so welcome. Thank you for coming. So these 6 individuals are on the screen. They will be the judges today. They will be asking the student teams questions. They will be evaluating them, and they will be the ones who will be selecting the finalists that will then compete this afternoon. But very quickly, we have Colin Taylor. Colin graduate. Right, there you go. No clapping for Colin. Colin graduated in 2021. He went through this. He was sitting there a few years ago. He knows how nervous you are, and he's with his venture, Revolut Robotics. Don't clap again. This is, we'll clap for everyone at the end. This is Emily. Emily went through the program, and she has a business called Joyful Jobs, and she went through it in 2015, so thank you, Emily. And you'll have a chance to meet these folks at the trade show if you want to get to know them. Matt has been here for 1,000 years. He helped build this building. Matt graduated in 93, went on, his started companies, built them, sold them. He's done many things. He's judged since like 95 or something.
Feels like about 20 years.
So he makes the trip every year, so thank you, Matt. We have Derek, who's a graduate of 1997, a proud alum. This is his first time judging with us. He spun up a packaging company and sold it in 2016, so please feel free to talk to him. Sean Furrier, a distinguished, our oldest graduate, 1987. He went through this program, and he's still able to walk. Can you imagine? Sean has a business in here in town, Furrier's Tire Centers. He runs that family business. And Caroline Nelson, I just met Caroline a little while ago. She got her MBA in 2010 from the U of A, and she's with the Community Investment Corporation. They help small businesses find opportunities that are kind of non-traditional ways to get investment. So thank you all for being here. Please clap for them. All right, we're handing it off to Mike. He's taking us the rest of the way. Good luck to all the students.
Right.
Well, good morning, everybody. Let's try that again. Good morning, everybody. I too am very excited to be here. As John mentioned, this is my 5th year in the new venture development program. My 5th year being involved in our competition at the end of the year. I say this every year, but this year I really mean it. This is the best class, new venture development class I've ever had. Some of you don't believe that, but talk to me afterwards. I'll let you know if that's really true. I don't know if I'm as excited as our students. I'd like to say yes. To see these students go through this program over the last about 12 months, we actually induct students in the previous spring. We have an orientation where we give them an opportunity to meet each other, give them an orientation about what the program's going to be about and what to expect. We encourage them to engage with each other over the summer so that when the fall semester starts in late August, they know each other and have some ideas of the kinds of things that they want to work on. So this is a 12-month program. It's not just an academic year, it's 12 full months. And we like to focus on developing 2 things. We help students develop ventures that they care about. All the ventures that you're going to see here in just a second are the students' own inspiration. The instructors and the advisors that we spoke about a few minutes ago really had no involvement in helping the students select these ventures, and so they came from the students themselves, which is phenomenal. They've been nurtured and pivoted and refined and challenged by our staff, and so what you're going to see today, hopefully, is the very best mature version of that venture that they've been able to develop over the last 12 months. But maybe the more important thing that we help students to develop is themselves. Because we realize that not every student is going to launch their venture coming out of this program. They might decide to launch a venture a little bit later in life. But what we want all of our students to be able to do is go make an impact in whatever organization they choose to join after graduation. And we think a lot of that is leadership skills. So things like communication and envisioning the future and teamwork and those kinds of things really are great soft skills that are evergreen. You're going to use those regardless of where you end up in life. And so we spend a lot of time in the program helping students develop those skills as well. This is our run of show today. I'm not going to go through this in a bunch of detail, but between now and 12:30, we're going to have 14 teams come up and present. We'll give our judges an opportunity to ask them questions, and then we'll wrap the morning session up no later than 12:30. And if the last team is still presenting at 12:30, we'll ask them to get off the stage a couple minutes early. They're okay with that, I think? I'm kidding. We won't ask them to do that. So 12:30-ish is when we'll be done with the morning round. And then we have a showcase out in the atrium. You probably have seen that when you walked in, but students have set up booths for you to come and engage with the students, ask them questions, get your hands on some of the things that they've been building over the last 12 months. And then after that, at 2 o'clock, we'll rejoin here in Berger Auditorium, where we'll have the final round. The final round will consist of 5 teams that we're going to pick from this morning's preliminary round. The students this afternoon won't know that they made it to the finals. So they know right now their pitch order, but this afternoon, they won't know if they've been selected, and they won't know the order that they're going to pitch this afternoon. We'll keep that a secret for them until we kind of spur the moment, ask them to come down and pitch their second pitch. And then we'll break up we'll send some of the judges out to deliberate a little bit about who's going to win the first, second, third prizes. And we'll call them back in, and we'll have an award ceremony that kicks off somewhere between 3:30 and 3:45. At 4 o'clock, we'll be done with that, and then there's a networking session. Everybody's welcome to join the networking session at 4 o'clock. Give you an opportunity to congratulate students on a job well done, ask them further questions about their venture, and we have food and drinks out there for that networking session as well. So I hope you can stay with us as long as you can today. We really appreciate support from friends, family, our judges. And so please join us for a day long of festivities if you can. We'd love to have you. All right. Oh my goodness, look at that slide. Let me talk through it instead. So we have 5 prizes, first, second, third, and then 2 runner-up. Everybody that makes it to the finals will win one of those prizes. The top prize is $10,000. That is nothing to sneeze at. It's customary if you win the first prize to take me out to dinner. So just keep that in mind. So it might be $10,000 minus a couple hundred. I'll give you a list of my top choices on where to go to dinner after today. And then the second prize is $5,000, third prize is $2,000, and the runners-up each win $1,000. Teams can use that money to do whatever they want with. They can divide it among the team however they wish. They don't have to invest it in their venture, whether or not they decide to launch. It's their money to use as they see fit. We also this year, for the first time, have a social impact prize. So we have that social impact prize, and we'll deliberate on that after we do the final round. We have 5 of our students that have also made it to the honors program. So those same 5 students that are sitting up here will come down and do a third pitch to talk about the social impact that their venture has invested in. And those 5 students will compete for that $2,000 prize that's up on the screen. All right, I don't expect you guys to have memorized that. We'll guide you through the rest of the day so you don't feel lost. Without much further ado, we're going to move on to the competition. So Future Fit, come on down. And this is where the audience needs to give me a little bit of grace, because we're going to be all tabbing between presentations and so forth. I hope not to be too disruptive while I do that. Students are now going to pitch for 3 minutes. Judge will get an opportunity to ask 3 minutes of questions. And then we're going to take about a 45-second break between teams, all right? So to keep it exciting while the teams are, see, this is why I need some grace. There we go. To keep it exciting while judges are taking their final notes for about 45 seconds, I thought what might be interesting today was to talk about one of the things that we ask our students to think about, and that is kind of envisioning the future. Sheryl Sandberg, most of you have heard of Sheryl Sandberg, I believe. One of her favorite quotes is up on the screen, and she said, "It's harder to predict the future than it is to create it." Okay? So our students are in the process of creating the future, right? That's what their venture is all about. They believe that their venture is going to somehow change the world. They're going to talk about that here in just a second. But Sheryl Sandberg said, it's easier to create the future than to predict it. What I have in between each team is some predictions about the future that did not quite come true. Okay, so while the judges are deliberating, we'll get a chance to see what amazing entrepreneurs like Bill Gates said about the future that is no longer, might have been true for about 30 seconds, but it's no longer true. Okay, future fit. Here's your clicker.
Thank you.
And men, are we ready for time? And your clock is in front of you.
Got it.
You can share, let me say this for everybody. 2 things that I forgot to mention. There's blue tape on the floor. Stand between the blue tape so that you can be on a live stream. But then the other question is, do you share microphones or pass them around? There's 2 microphones when teams pitch. You can use them as you feel comfortable. So do whatever you want with the mics. All right?
Does it work?
It works.
Okay, your time starts now.
Good morning, NBC. We are Future Fit. To start off this morning, let's get moving. First person to stand up and do 3 jumping jacks gets a prize. Right here! Right here! Right here, Robin!
This is how we like to get things moving here at Future Fit. At Future Fit, we are working to create holistic wellness programs to help educate kids on how to create and maintain healthy habits. In today's presentation, we're going to focus on these 6 key elements, but before we do that, let's meet the team. My name's Alexa.
My name's Nick.
I'm Jonathan.
Sam.
So, through research and surveys, we've been able to pinpoint 3 specific pillars to use as the foundation of our company. These 3 pillars are fitness, mental health, and nutrition. With these 3 pillars, we have 3 esteemed advisors who are helping us to create our different lesson plans to make sure that they are sound and scientifically accurate.
So first, the team is going to host hype sessions. These are going to be our all-inclusive awareness initiative aimed to introduce programs to students, essentially designed to foster excitement and engagement. So by having fun activities in a high engaging environment, this is going to create a ripple effect with those students. So when they go home, their parents are going to ask, "Hey son or daughter, how was your day at school today?" We hope that they bring up the amazing programs that we're bringing to the school. Our overall goal is to create change within the lives of children across Arizona, and we believe that we can do that through our 2 programs. Our first program is going to be an after-school care program, which is going to be for 6 weeks, having 1 class per week for 1 hour at a cost of $250. And our summer camp program is going to be for 4 weeks, 3 days a week for 3 hours at a cost of $500.
So we are generally expecting a ratio of 1 coach per every 8 kids. Our sales and marketing will lie mostly in our existing relationships in the Tucson community, as well as our social media platforms. And we are operating a blue solution within a red ocean. These are examples of our social media marketing strategies. So we have barcodes to which you can access each of the platforms. We have the blog post to which parents can have the opportunity to bring the works of Future Fit to home, and our Meet the Team illustrations. As far as our revenue trends, a more conservative approach is that we'll stay just in Tucson over the first 5 years, and we'll make just over $700,000, and then being a little bit more aggressive and going to the entire state of Arizona, we'll make over $8 million.
Awesome. So looking at our startup costs, it is about $24,000, which will be allocated between our professionals, advertisements, and equipment. Looking ahead at some key financials, there are about 42,000 kids in Tucson, and about 16% of those kids are actually already in after-school care programs. We definitely want to highlight our break even because we're actually profitable when we get 8 kids to sign up for our program. And then our gross margin already being at 64% in year 1 also shows that we are profitable. Looking ahead, we are securing our LLC right now for our launch in June. Thank you so much for coming, and let's help pave the way to a fit future.
Okay, so judges, you have 3 minutes.
I'll start with the first question. It was unclear, do you envision this being only physically in person, or do you have kind of an online program as well?
Right now, we're just looking at physically in person. This also, we have talked about selling our lesson plans separately, but right now we're just physically working on the physical aspect of it.
Why would the parents choose your program versus another after-school program?
Our program is very specifically unique as we're doing a very intense vetting process to get our specific team coaches and whatnot. We really want to actually make an impact on these kids' lives, and we want to do that through personal connections and helping kids to really understand why it's so important to think about things like fitness, mental health, and nutrition, and why it's so important to want to do these things and have fun with it, just to make sure that it's not just an any other babysitting after school sort of program. We want to actually make these long-lasting relationships and connections.
Great presentation, guys. Tell me more about the nutrition side. What do you plan on educating them with?
Yeah, so right now, we definitely have seen struggles with our 3 main pillars, which is why we chose these. Nutrition in specific, we see lots of eating problems right now in our day and age. So we want to create healthy habits at a young age and a positive atmosphere around nutrition and fueling your body correctly, so that when they grow up, they won't have all of the food problems that we have right now.
Real quick, you mentioned the number 42,000 up there. Could you talk, it's not up there now. Could you talk about, your break-even one more time? You might have.
Yeah, so we're actually profitable when we get 8 kids to sign up for our program because we don't really have any overhead. We're directly going to the schools to give our programs after they get out. So we're kind of in between that gap when kids get out of school and when parents can pick them up. So we're kind of doubling up and marketing to both. We will be able to watch their kids while giving them our lessons after school. And then so we're profitable because our startup costs and our operating costs are so low when we get 8 kids to sign up.
Great job, guys. Have you talked to parents to validate that price point that they're willing to pay? And have you looked into having people sponsor this program so parents don't have to pay?
Yeah, so we have actually hosted a willingness to pay survey last semester, which was really awesome for us to be able to understand what's going on with parents, specifically in Tucson, as well as some other places in Arizona. And we were able to join Facebook groups and help. I personally am from Tucson, so I have a lot of different people around here that I was able to better understand what people are looking for in these places. And we were able to get a lot of the information that we showed today. We also have worked on applying for, looking at applying for grants and all that stuff to make sure that we actually can help the kids who need this sponsorship as well as the funding that we're originally going to start with.
Great, judges, that's not what we have. Okay, judges, we'll give you about 45 seconds to deliberate and take your final notes. Swap shop, you're on deck. Okay, judges, you need 15 more seconds. The interesting thing about this quote is back in the late 1800s, there are about 250,000 patents that have been filed with the U.S. Patent and Trade Office. That's about how many patents get filed a year now. So turned out that our good friend Charles Ewell was not quite accurate with his quote about about everything that can be amended has been amended. All right. We are ready to turn over time to swap shop. Judges, are you ready? All right, your time starts now.
Our slides.
Oh, would you like your slides?
Yes, please.
Yeah, see, this is where you need a little bit of grace built in. Don't worry. I got it. Okay. Make sure it clicks. Cool. Okay, your time really starts now.
All right, hello everybody. We are Swap Shop. Before we get started, we want to thank you all for taking the time to listen to our NBC pitch today. My name is Lauren Sin.
My name is Lauren Zone.
I'm Lance Mora.
I'm with Kataria.
When we all came together to form Swap Shop, it was because there was a problem that all of us could strongly relate to, and that was the difficulty of the move-in and the move-out time period as college students. So picture this. You are a college student, you are a senior about to move out of your college apartment, and you have a lot on your plate. It's finals week, you have a couple job interviews coming up, and like I said, you have to move out of your college apartment. And during this time, it is so stressful, and you have a couple of, items at your apartment, such as a mini fridge, a microwave, and you don't know what to do with them. You have to leave, you can't take them with you on the move. Swap Shop is your solution. We are a convenient online resale marketplace that is buying and selling unwanted college necessities for students on college campuses.
As Lauren mentioned, we have created an online storefront that can be found on our website. Students can go to our website and fill out an item request form. And our team will get back to them in 24 hours with an acceptance or denial. And if the item is accepted, we will then go pick up the item from the student and store it at our warehouse. As far as purchases, our team will be uploading images of the available items to our storefront where students can then go purchase the item. Then our team will be delivering the item to the student on selected delivery days.
Now, you might be wondering, why will students choose Swap Shop over our competitors? To start, Amazon has no sustainability aspect towards it because once you buy the product, there's so many packages that comes in and it accrues trash. And once you have that product and you're moving out, either graduating or next semester, then you have an item that you don't know what to do with. And you're left with either donating it to Goodwill or Facebook Marketplace. And the Facebook Marketplace is super inconvenient, trying to figure out a time of when to pick it up or to drop off your item. And then there's people who haggle you for the price or they don't even respond. And then there's Goodwill. There's not quality products at Goodwill. There's been times where I've shown up to Goodwill for an item in my dorm freshman year and the next day the item broke. So Swap Shop is a convenient store that has quality goods, it's also cost effective, and it's a student's one-stop shop.
Now, looking at our financials, we just need $20,000 to start our operations, which will be fully funded by ourselves. And one of the most positive things about our business is that we plan to be profitable right from year one because we'll have low customer acquisition costs. We plan on having collaborations with Greek system honorees to spread the word. And looking at our cost, one of our main costs is going to be our fixed cost of warehouse rent, for which we've already found a spot and it's $2,500 a month, as well as our inventory and wages. And another positive aspect is that we have low working capital requirements because we'll be managing the inventory really well.
Thank you, and we'll now open the floor for questions.
Great job, guys. First question is, how do the dollars swap? Okay, so how do you guys make money? That's my first question. And you said you don't have any overhead from day one. You've got warehouse costs, right? You've got someone's got to go pick the stuff up, deliver it, do a quality control check on it, right? So speak to that. And then as far as how are you going to advertise this? How are you going to market this?
Okay, so I can start with the first one. So we will buy products for around 25%, and then we'll resell them for 50%. That's how we're going to make money. We decided on those numbers because we actually used one of our competitors for our pricing strategy, Facebook Marketplace, to see the demand of what customers want. And then for overhead costs, we decided that the initial investment for ourselves won't cost as like a startup cost. It's more of an investment, and since we are very fast turning in our financial spreadsheets, that those overhead costs are not really a factor. And then to advertise, Utsav mentioned word of mouth, so we have
very good connections in the Greek facilities. So we've done something already where we've gone to a sorority and mentioned our venture idea, and we've actually gotten some donations, and that's another aspect to the overhead costs, is we're also factoring in different donations, so that's just free profit for us. And then through the dorms, Lawrenson works at a college dorm right now, and so we could get the word of mouth through RAs, and this way it also lowers our customer acquisition costs.
Great presentation. So to reach your year one profitability numbers, how many items would you have to sell?
So we plan on having $500,000 of revenue per year, and we break even at $220,000. And on an average, if you divide 500,000 by 12 months, that is $40,000 of sales a month. And on an average, each product is $50, so that means 800 products a month. So roughly 30 items daily.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how big this gets. What is the, I didn't see kind of projections kind of in 3 years, 3 through 5, and/or how do you think about expansion?
So right now, we are planning on starting at the U of A only and doing a 3 to 6 month trial period where we finalize our rollout costs and things like that. And then we plan on expanding to Mizzou, IU, and ASU. And we think this is so random, but all of us have connections at these schools and have already been in contact with students that go there. And they have told us that they are experiencing the same issue. So that's where we will be planning on expanding in the next 3 to 5 years.
And revenue, like 5 years out, do you have a revenue model?
It's in the, right there.
Got it. All right.
It's just a sensitivity analysis, but I would say that first year we plan on growing at 50%, but in first year we just plan on operating in the University of Arizona, and then how that goes, we will expanding on the 3 other locations. The first year will definitely be slow, but the growth is very fast.
Okay, thank you, judges. Thank you, Do Re Mi is on deck.
That'd be great.
Seems like maybe.
Put it on that piece. Set it right there, that'd be great.
Yeah, so that they can see it.
Yeah.
Because the computer doesn't buzz.
That'd be super helpful.
Okay, judges, about 20 more seconds. Robin pointed out to me that these pretender futurists that we're seeing on the screen are comprised entirely of middle-aged white guys. I don't know what your takeaway is for that, but they should have listened to Sheryl Sandberg. All right. We are going to turn it over now to Do Re Mi, I think.
Race for Mike.
What's that?
Race for Mike.
We let students turn in slide decks in PowerPoint and PDF, and so sometimes when we're swapping between PDF and PowerPoint, we'll run into glitches. You want to just check, make sure that works?
Yes.
Great, okay. Do Re Mi, you have 3 minutes starting now.
Good morning, everybody. My name's John. This is Joey. This is Waleed, and this is Jelani, and we are Do Re Mi. Back in 2019, I decided I wanted to learn how to play the guitar. When starting out, I found it surprisingly difficult to find affordable resources to help me grow and tools that fit my needs and stay committed to learning while doing so. And then when taking a deeper look into this, we found that many beginner students actually struggle with a lack of motivation and a lack of progress as well. To fully understand this, we wanted to hear what teachers had to say, and what we found is many of them struggle with marketing themselves and creating a consistent client flow for their business. This prompted us to create Do Re Mi, an online music education platform that offers gamified lessons, and a marketplace for music students and teachers to connect and grow together.
With Do-Re-Mi, learning music is easy as 1, 2, 3. As a student, you can swipe through teachers and see which one best fits your needs, and you can also play games to help develop your skills. In terms of product market fit, it is feasible, it is viable, and it is desirable through the gamified lessons and the quality instruction from teachers. In terms of defending the market, we have the first mover advantage through our combination of asynchronous lessons, gamified lessons, and the connections for students and teachers. We also have an advantage due to partnerships with music academies and schools, and also the lower prices compared to our competitors.
So why us? When it comes to music education or music, we're so passionate about it, and our skills are basically diverse. And plus, we got the help from our advisor, Bjorgen, when it comes to the music industry. He has so much experience. We're gonna market our platform using the website and our Instagram account. When it comes to marketing, we're focusing more on social media. From month 1, the cost will be $1,000, and starting month 2, it's gonna be $2,000. Teachers are gonna pay $14.99, and students are gonna pay $9.99 to get the full access.
So for our funding sources, we'll be providing $50,000 from the 4 of us, and then getting $50,000 from friends and family. That's going to cover our initial startup costs, as you can see. So some of these costs are going to make our net income really, really low in the first few months, but as you can see, both of our costs and income even out as time goes by, making our break-even point between month 11 and 12. And so our path to profitability looks something like this. We'll start off with our market research, and then we'll continue to develop our app and its content, and we'll collaborate with music schools and implement our revenue model to make our first profit at month 12 of $515. So thank you guys so much for listening. We'll take any questions now.
Great job, guys. You said $30K for market research. What does that cover?
So our initial market research costs are going to be a lot of validation and making sure that music schools are going to partner with us, and really just a lot of the research that goes into making our solution fit for our problem, which is making sure that students have enough teachers on our platform. And so we kind of divided that out between the 2 to 5 years, and so we kind of did that based on research and how much it's going to cost to actually do all of that research.
If you could show your year 3, 4, 5 revenues, just curious how big this gets. And then my key question is, how are you planning to gamify the interface?
Okay, so this is our 18-month P&L projection right now. So showing in month 12 we have our first profit, and as time goes by, we have profits after that, so we never are at a loss. And as far as gamifying,
yeah, in terms of gamifying, we found that a large part of our target market is actually children. So making applications such as this, where it looks fun, it's interactive, things to keep you engaged, that's kind of what we're shooting for.
So the revenue is derived by your monthly, by what you guys are charging the student versus what the teacher is charging, correct?
Right.
Yes.
And how does that compare to just taking a percentage of what the actual lesson costs per hour?
So we base our prices sort of on that idea. So what our competitors do is they charge the students 25% of what they paid the teacher. And so our prices are based on that. So the teachers will pay us $14.99 to use our platform to be able to get all of the students. And then students will pay $9.99 to access all of the games. But it was based on competitor pricing and also psychological pricing.
So just to clarify, the teachers are paying $14.99 to get on the platform. There's a mechanism for somebody to select them, and they're getting 100% of that lesson revenue?
Correct.
Okay.
So your $5, can you put that model one more time? So your profit's $5 per lesson, right? I'm sorry, per month per student.
So,
Is that right?
Yeah, so the way it's set up is, for teachers, we basically wanted to create a marketplace, right, where teachers and students can connect together. We charge teachers $15 a month to access this platform. And then students, if they want access to all of the gamified lessons, that's what we charge $10 for.
And just lastly, how much is a typical lesson per hour?
It's usually between $50 to $70. It depends on the instrument and how long the lesson is, but it's on average to $50 to $70 for an hour.
Okay, do re mi, great job, Jefferson. Okay, judges, maybe 15 more seconds. Let's try it off. All right, let's give our attention to My Water. Your time starts now.
Hello, and thank you guys for coming to our presentation. Today I'm going to take you on a quick trip on how this company came to fruition. So one day I was in LAX just scrolling through my phone, and on Instagram I found this really amazing statistic that tells you about how much plastic seeps into your water from plastic water bottles. I didn't really care. Went to a vending machine, I was really thirsty, bought me, and I noticed that there was no plastic bottles in the vending machine. It's because LA has been one of the biggest major airports that canceled plastic single-use bottles. That's such a big deal. So I opened up my phone and searched how bad is the plastic that seeps in, and it turns out it could lead to really big harmful consequences. Right then and there I decided to buy me a reusable water bottle, but I couldn't because there were so many options. The market is huge. So I just decided on a Stanley. And I searched up Stanley on my phone just to buy me one, and look at how many articles regarding lead and Stanley came up. I'm not trying to risk my life. So I called up Ken and I decided, what's the best way to store water? And it turns out to be glass. How can we spread awareness? Because look at our competitors. There's no way. Here's where My comes in. My Water. It looks exactly like a normal plastic water bottle, but it's made from recycled and borosilicate glass. Shatterproof, healthier for you and the environment. We asked a lot of our customers if they'd like it. Turns out a lot of people would like the slick design rather than the bulky one.
Okay, so for our product lines, we're gonna have two total of 500 milliliter in recycled glass and a 1 liter in borosilicate glass, shatterproof. If our manufacturers can't produce a bottle, you can drop on the floor. We're not gonna work with them. Our initial investment ask is gonna be $25,000, which we'll get from founders, friends, and family. Our splits, $17,900 going towards inventory, $2,100 on marketing, leaving us $5,000 for miscellaneous expenses. Some key figures, we're breaking even at 1,957 units. Cost of goods manufactured $17,900. EBITDA just under $11,000, and our customer acquisition cost is $4.23. All right, so path to success. We generate a lot of buzz around our products, but who's ready to pull the trigger? Pre-sale links will be live shortly, and we're excited to find out. Social media will be essential to establishing ourselves as an early mover, and we want to attract a lot of artists from a diverse range of backgrounds from all over the world to ensure maximum product desirability. And then as we scale, we're going to keep talking to manufacturers and suppliers to make sure we're getting the best prices to our customers while still delivering the same premium quality. And we'll touch more on CSR efforts in a second. So next steps, we're going to diversify our product lines, same glass products in familiar shapes, recycled wooden pallets, and we're going to have a referral system in which you find a cap and you can turn it in for a discount on a future purchase. CSR, we're going to work with artists. We're going to move more glass as we scale and look into the future. We're very interested in revamping drinking fountains and waterworks pipelines. My water without sides. Thank you.
I'll go ahead and start. I'd love to learn about the differentiation of your product itself, right? It's an extraordinarily crowded market with many different, kind of reusable containers. I'd love to know how you're doing kind of the differentiation of your product. And by the way, great presentation, and it is a huge problem that's being talked about a lot right now. Microplastics.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so the biggest differentiation, first of all, there's just from the design. Second of all, we are using recycled glass. There's no other company using it at the moment. Adding borosilicate to it just to make sure it's not, it wouldn't crash and break. It's easier, it's better to hold. It won't slip from your hand. Easier like the big generic water bottles that every single company uses, as you can see. A lot of company uses the same design. So we're trying to switch it up and use something that we are all used to.
So the value proposition is the shatterproof glass? I want to understand that. Is that?
The value proposition is the shatterproof glass, but also the recycled element. So we have a recycled bottle that is not shatterproof, and so that's going to make up the vast majority of sales, but we also have a borosilicate glass bottle to compete with Hydro Flask. So we're one of the only companies competing in two different spaces like that.
So do you have a prototype of that bottle?
Not one we're happy with, but yes, we do have a borosilicate shatterproof.
So you guys have gone through the validation. This does not break from how high?
Yeah, that
2 feet,
technology.
3 feet,
Yeah.
4 feet?
We didn't invent that technology. It's been there, but yeah, it will not break. You can break it. It'll be a lot like OtterBoxes back 5-10 years ago, where people were trying to break their iPhones. You can break your iPhone in an OtterBox, but it's very difficult.
Yeah, that was my concern. I've broken about 5 of my cell phone glasses in the last year or so. Yeah, fantastic.
Great presentation. This is from the plastic water bottle. I have Stanley in the car, so. Really
We
good
can help.
water bottles.
Thank you so much.
Can you tell us how much, what was it per unit cost versus some of your?
Yeah, they're going to be $275 for the recycled bottle, and then $29.99 for the borosilicate. And the $275 will only go down with time.
And your 5-year revenue model?
This is just a 1 year or 18 month, to be more specific, because we are gonna focus on buying a small quantity, just to make sure we don't have a lot of excess. Just what's it called? Supply.
So is this type of glass, is this in the market right now with food and beverage?
The borosilicate or recycled glass? Borosilicate, not really. No, not at all. Really.
So
It's used in other type of industries.
So that's my question. Are you sure that it works for food and beverage? This is a consumable versus something else?
Yeah, it doesn't. It's not really sold as like the idea we have at the moment. But yeah, you can buy a borosilicate glass that looks pretty much like that.
And you don't have any 5-year projections at all? It's just a 1 year or 18 months?
As you can see from that one, in the first one. Yes, sir.
5-year projections, you don't have any projections beyond year 1? Or?
We do, but we don't have it in this slide deck. We can get it to you later.
I just want to make sure we had Caroline with a question down here, and then that'll be the last question. You're good? Okay. All right. Mike, thank you, judges. Wherever you want, in camera. Yeah. You might. Yeah, if you can, yeah. Cool. Okay, judges, are you ready? Excellent. We're excited to welcome up Ponderosa. Let me get your slides ready for you. I'm getting your slides ready for you, I promise. This mouse is a little bit finicky. clicker work? Okay, cool. All right. Ponderosa, your time starts now.
Okay, hi everyone. We are Ponderosa, Forever Green Luggage, a luggage that's meant for every traveler that likes to save the earth as they are exploring. So, we have a problem, and that is 85% of plastics end up in landfills. And with this statistic in mind, we found a solution that 81% of consumers and travelers prefer a sustainable product, which is why a travel industry makes perfect sense to launch a sustainable product. With this in mind, our luggage is 100% recycled. And with this, we have innovative features, superior aesthetics, and a competitive pricing, all which, so sorry.
So moving into our features, not only are we 100% recycled in our materials, but we've derived our innovative features through customer research, and we have items such as a weight indicator and air tag compartment. Our bags are also 100%, they're also customizable in pattern and color for easy claim at baggage claim. Moving into our customers, they're divided into two markets, upgraders and gifters. Upgraders can be described as millennial eco-tourists and an upper-level job looking for new luggage, and that's our primary target. In researching these, we were also able to double-check our product market fit.
So now that we've identified our target market, this is our TAM, SAM, and SOM. Currently, the global luggage market boasts revenue of approximately $19 billion, with the United States contributing approximately 9.7 of those. And more specifically for sustainable bags and luggage, it amounts to approximately $4 billion, showcasing significant market potential. Now moving on to our competitive analysis, we are direct competitors of Parrot and Samsonite sustainability line. However, we differentiate ourselves through our customization options, our sustainability features, and functionality, all while, as you can see, maintaining competitive pricing.
So to reach our customers, our business model is e-commerce. We will also be building our brand presence on social media. And we are a traditional sales model, but we're hoping to retain customers throughout their lifetimes due to our CSR policies.
Now to start up Ponderosa,
Your microphone, yeah, just switch it up.
To start up Ponderosa, this is our go-to market plan. Moving from pre-launch to expansion, we hope to generate awareness, expand our manufacturing through investments, and expand our product line and open pop-up stores after we break even.
So for financial information, you can see here our financial information for our first year, specifically our sales revenue numbers. You can see that we're going to begin to break even in the middle of year 2. For some key financial metrics, we have a customer acquisition cost of about $27, as well as a monthly burn rate of $7,000. And lastly, based on our sales price of $300 per unit, and a cost of goods sold of about $175 per unit, so that gives us a net profit margin of about 58%. And our initial investment we need is $100,000, which will mostly be going to getting manufacturing off the ground.
And then here's our team. We are strategically aligned with our go-to-market strategy and our skills. We also have amazing mentors, and our next step include building upon partnerships with other mentors, specifically in manufacturing, building our brand presence, and continuing to test our prototype and seek investments. That's our time.
Judges, you have 3 minutes. If I can encourage you to use the microphone so we can pick it up on our YouTube screen.
Yeah, great job, guys. Tell me a little bit about this prototype you got here.
It's a bit of an arts and crafts project right now. We've been trying to contact manufacturers. We have an idea of where we're sourcing our materials from, which is a company called Reprieve. It's 100% traceable technology, and they use PET ocean plastics to create both plastics and fabrics out of it. But we're working with manufacturers right now, trying to gain a partnership with one of them that can produce our bags. So right now this is a little bit of a project, but it shows kind of our idea and some of our features.
That's great. I think it's awesome that you brought it. What are some of the customization options you guys are looking at?
Yes, so on one of the early slides, we showed some examples of what we've rendered up for potential in the future with customizable opportunities in patterns and colors. So with this, you can kind of see some opportunities for differentiating patterns in our branding.
What market research and testing have you done to validate, and where did you get the $4 million figure of sustainability for the luggage market?
Right, so we based our market validation off of Statista and kind of the luggage market currently, and then we also did
some math with, I think there's approximately 8 million sustainable travelers, and then just using the 9.7 billion in the United States. So we got a portion of that from how many sustainable travelers are in the United States.
And market research you guys did?
Yeah, so we've issued studies, done surveys. We participated in Innovation Expo and got a lot of customer feedback from that. And we also have an Instagram and have gotten a lot of information about willingness to pay and people really liking the cool factor of our brand.
Great job, it's really interesting. Do you guys know what is patentable? Either with the type of resins that are used? Have you explored patents on this?
Not specifically, since we're going to use materials from another company, but I would assume potentially some of the technology with the weight indicator, maybe like the AirTag compartment could be patentable.
So a Samsonite, you mentioned a Samsonite, are they working on, or do they have stuff like this in the market?
They have a sustainable line. However, it is not actually 100% sustainable, but they do have a line that they refer to as their sustainable line.
Yeah, it's mostly just like the interior lining of their bags that is sustainable and not just the full shell and everything.
How's the luggage distributed? Where, you know, when someone's buying this, is it, and do you guys have any different way that you think you can reach these customers with this product versus traditional, the way luggage is traditionally sold?
Yeah, so we did some research into that and we found out a lot of customers do like to purchase in store. However, as a startup, we had a couple reasons for choosing e-commerce. First of all, cost. Second of all, our market is online all the time. Our target market is, so that was another reason to choose e-commerce because that's how we'll be advertising to them and that's a way for them to easily purchase it from our advertisements. So that was part of the reason we chose e-commerce. And then as well with our manufacturing model being on-demand manufacturing and with our customization opportunities, purchasing online makes more sense than holding a warehouse and it's more sustainable that way too.
Got it, and that makes sense of the $27 cost to acquire. Okay.
Great. Thank you, judges. Thank you, Ponderosa. Yeah, no, it's okay.
Great job, guys. Nice job.
Hello, judges. Thank you all for being here.
Switch up when it's time. Okay, judges, maybe 15 more seconds. Okay, judges, are you ready? Angel Engine, are you ready?
Ready.
Okay, time starts now.
Hello, everyone. Our company is Angel Engine, and we are going to change the future of investing. In today's highly saturated investment market, it can be extremely difficult to find quality investments. There is a significant disconnect between the amount of dry powder funding available and the rate at which new deals are being executed. As the saying goes, time is money. This is especially true for angel investors who have to sift through thousands of companies a month. Our goal is to make this process more efficient and to provide them with legitimate investment opportunities. Now, we're the right team for this problem because we have all worked with new ventures and private funding groups and have seen firsthand what it takes for them to be successful. We also, even more importantly, have a passion for new ventures and want to continue to see the world innovate at an unprecedented rate.
Angel Engine targets private angel investors who currently rely on their own practices to find new investment opportunities. We are a monthly subscription-based platform priced at $250. At the beginning of each month, our customers receive a list of 5 investment opportunities that Angel Engine has deemed viable, and our goal is to accelerate the decision-making process and provide a standard format for our investors to rely on. Now, how do we deem these companies viable? It begins with the algorithm, in which we collect historical data on investments that have already been successful, market data relative to the startups we are analyzing, valuations and financials of those startups. All of these data points are then put into a database, and we leverage AI to analyze the startups that pose the best probability for success. We then, after narrowing down the list, look at the actual team and take it to an industry expert, which is an investor who has seen what it takes to put together a good startup. And then, at the end of the month, we produce a list of our 5 best businesses.
So as far as our marketing plan, we plan to primarily target investors because that is where our income is derived from. We will source the new businesses and entrepreneurs through existing platforms such as WeFunder and PitchBook. We will also reach out to angel investment groups along with incubators and accelerators and promote through LinkedIn. As incentive for our initial clientele base, we will give the first 3 months of the subscription free. And then eventually we would love to host our own Angel Engine pitching competitions.
Moving on to our financials, our startup costs are about $66,000, which comes from bootstrapping with the founders and our friends and family. In month 4, we start earning revenue once we start charging for our subscription. We break even in month 9 and see a 42% return on investment, and by month 18, we see a ROI of about 102%. And a couple key metrics we want to take a look at are customer acquisition cost and profit margin, which I can explain more if you guys have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job, guys. The algorithm. Let's talk about the algorithm. That's your business, right?
Yes.
Right.
So where is the algorithm? Has it been tested? Who's built it? Have you vetted this? So the algorithm, and then the investors that are also you're going to work with.
Right.
Are you paying the investor that's going to give you this advice? Are they a team member or an advisor? Did you talk to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So as far as the algorithm goes, it requires data in which we're going to pull from PitchBook, and that's $1,000 a month, which we can't currently afford. So we know how it's going to be built and the data points and how to leverage AI as far as the whole process works, but acquiring the data points and it requires a mass amount of data to analyze, which we don't have access to currently, and that's part of our startup costs. And then as far as the industry expert, this is someone that we are looking for. We know exactly who we are looking for, but we're currently in search of, it'd be more of an advisor and they'd be paid on a retainer fee. So when we have the questions, we can bring them to them.
Are there any requirements for suggesting or any legal challenges in suggesting investments to your market?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we want to be protected legally in the case that we happen to recommend a bad investment, of course, which obviously we don't want to do. But in that event, we want to have a disclosure on every one of our lists that says we aren't responsible for a bad investment, as well as on our company. So that way we're protected in the scenario someone gets upset and tries to sue.
Great job, guys. Who have you talked to validate this price point of $250 a month? I feel like that seems a little low. I know there's some other platforms out there like Deal. How does that compare? What are people willing to pay?
Yeah, so this was just through our surveys of other investors. I think we've received a lot of the feedback and we're open to changing the price point in the fact that it's low. And I think that's something that we need to test a little bit more. And that's definitely something that we're going to expand on for the future.
Have you guys talked to folks about it?
Yeah, a couple of different investors. I think some of the feedback was that it was low, and I think that was kind of in the direction that we were going, was changing it and trying to find exactly what that point was where it's still considered valuable.
Knowing the number of angel investors, the biggest challenge is sourcing. And so how are you going to source the angel, active companies looking for angel investment?
That's going to be mainly through PitchBook, WeFunder, and then our own research, going out to pitch competitions and talking to accelerators and startup and like places like Startup Tucson, and gathering as much data as we can on these new companies.
You mentioned AI. Can you talk more about what that plays in your venture?
Yeah, absolutely. So when you're putting all the numbers in, each of them is a multiplier and valued at a certain aspect. So by using it to compare the data points of where the previous successful investments were, where the market is, they kind of all stir together. And when you're able to prompt it and let it know exactly how you want to compare these, it works through. Yeah.
Okay, Angel Engine and judges, thank you very much. Okay, judges, are you ready? Okay, drive on. Your time starts now.
Introducing Drive On, a revolutionary application designed to help keep your car road ready effortlessly. Last year, consumers tend to buy used cars at a higher rate than new cars. Last year, 38.6 million people bought used cars, while 13.6 million bought new cars. The reason for this is that these used cars are cheaper to buy, offer lower insurance rates, and don't suffer from the same depreciation that new cars do. The trade-off for this is that these used cars tend to have a lot of uncertainty around them. The average person spends about $800 a year on preventative maintenance. However, poor maintenance practices or dishonest sellers can cost you upwards of 10 grand.
Now, where do we come in? So Drive On is a vehicle maintenancing application that allows you to upload your maintenance records. You receive notifications for service as well as information on common issues. That way you can be financially prepared, as well as drive a safe and reliable vehicle. Now, the way we set ourselves apart from other services is we actually created a score, kind of like a FICO score, that combines both your driving, which we get from an OBD sensor, with your maintenance records to create an overall score of the health of your vehicle that you can use later on to sell your vehicle for a higher cost or buy a used vehicle with an increased peace of mind. Now, obviously, we're going to have competitors. We have Carfax, Drivo, and CarScope. All of these actually allow you to upload your maintenance records and give cost estimates. However, Drive On is the only one where you have to upload official maintenancing records. We give you that score, and we have an extensive recommendations for you. Therefore, all of these combine to give you an increased peace of mind or higher sales in the used car market.
Now, to bring this information to the customers, we have to carefully follow our handcrafted business strategy. So initially, we're going to sell scanner units at $75, which is in line with current market prices, and include a free month of our premium subscription, which allows access to our vehicle score functionality. Following this, the premium membership will be priced at $9.99 a month. And as our customer base grows, we'll be able to further refine both our data collection as well as our app functionality. Now, we can use this to maintain our profitable razor and blade model. And moving forward with reaching these customers in the first place, we are going to embark on a social media campaign that drives users to our app both through their app marketplace on their phone as well as our website to generate sales and further maintain our business.
Now, how much is all this going to cost? Founders, friends, and family will provide $30,000 of initial investment to begin development. An additional $50 grand is required from outside investors. That brings a grand total to $80,000. Now, this will provide us an 18-month runway, which will cover our startup, product development, and launch. Going into our break-even, we are looking at solid, steady growth throughout the first 18 months of our business, and we are seeing positive revenue generation into quarter 6. We have conducted a great team, and we are drive on, drive smart, drive on.
I have a question more about your target market. Other than used cars, what's your demographic as far as age, gender, income, that sort of thing?
So one of our idea actually stemmed because we are kind of our target market. So I myself have had vehicles break down right after buying them. Gio's car caught fire after he bought his. So we've had a lot of issues, and our target market is kind of just the consumer that doesn't really know a ton about cars, so they need a little bit of help, but also doesn't have the money to buy a brand new vehicle. So it's typically the age 20 to 30.
So the model is $9.99 a month. I buy a used car. I pay you for the OBD2 sensor plug into my dash, and then pay you $9.99 a month. I think that, you know, as I'm in this business, and I think, yeah, you're right. There's people out ahead of you a little bit. The automation of uploading records, I can tell you every one of our records goes to Carfax. There's a little exchange going on there. I would say, just a comment more. It's the thing you don't get out of a Carfax is you don't know how the person drove the car. And so if I was buying a higher end car, and I think to get someone to spend that kind of money, I might want to know how they really drove it. That would be really important. But I like the presentation. I love the shirts. They look good.
Great presentation. So just to understand, so it's a sensor that plugs in. Is that similar to what you can get from your insurance company to track your driving to lower your rate?
Exactly, yeah, and that kind of incorporates both like the progressive, like where you plug it in, and it's if you drive safe, you get lower insurance. And that, to Mr. Furrier's comment, does take into account like hard braking and hard acceleration, and that'll ding your score in addition to poor maintenance. So it's an OBD2 scanner, which is mandatory on every vehicle sold here in the U.S. after 1996, and they still put them even in EVs, so it's pretty universal as far as application goes.
Can you have multiple in your car at once?
It's just one, because there's one port, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, my only question is just in the, back to the market research a little bit, like have you tested, will people pay for this? Will people buy this? I'm just curious what your market research is.
So we've conducted a few surveys. One of the most promising ones was from iExpo, where we had people who told us they were willing to pay above the original price we had, which was $5, and we upped that because we had multiple people at the event tell us that they were willing to pay $10 or more a month, and also within the survey told us they were willing to pay $10 or more a month. In terms of customer validation for age, we had a lot of college students who told us they were young and with low income, and that was very useful for them specifically because those are the people that were driving those used cars.
Judges and drive on, thank you very much. For those that don't know, a few teams have mentioned Innovation Expo. So Innovation Expo is an event that we have every February. We have it out here on the mall, and we ask community members to come and visit our teams and ask them questions and so forth. So that's what they're talking about when they talk about Innovation Expo.
Next slide. Yeah, I'll just stay on the inside.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they're all. Okay.
You want to test the
the clicker.
Oh, no, it's
perfect.
Judge is about 15 more seconds.
Oh, the mic's already on.
Oh.
All right, we're ready for Wealth Wars. Wealth Wars, your time starts now.
Hello, everyone. We're Team Wealth Wars, and we're here to help you budget better. Well, so why are we here, guys? Well, we've identified a key problem in today's society. Over 40% of today's adults are projected to run out of money sometime during their retirement. So we've made it our objective to not only help people budget better, but also learn how to invest and take advantage of that compound interest that can more than 5x their contributions towards that retirement. Our solution is an all-in-one budgeting platform where you can not only learn, but also put your learning into practice. What are we targeting? Well, that critical void in financial education. Today's young adults fresh onto the workforce, essentially their first job, first paid salary, are not sure how to use that discretionary income into the best of their ability. So we're customizing the learning and providing a gamified experience for them to not only learn, but like we said, provide that engaging feedback. And this is an example of how we're gonna really keep in touch with our customer base. More features of our platform include the budgeting as well as the challenge platform. They can input any of their desired categories, but also anything that we provide on a weekly basis, recurring. And our budgeting tool is very flexible for them to use as they wish.
When it comes to the minds behind the mission, our team has a diverse skill set of expertise, including finance, management, and tech. We also share a unified vision and passion for educating young adults in personal finance. And with innovation at heart, our application will allow our consumers to have fintech right at their fingertips. Moving on to market research and demand identification. Through local survey validation, we found that 70% of individuals do not budget, 75% of individuals desire an engaging platform like ours, and 78% would use our gamified budgeting application.
Yeah, so in the past, people have had to look at their bank statements, put things into Excel, be bored, and desperately try to finish their budgeting process. With our new way of doing things, though, they'll be able to check an app on the go, see everything populate automatically, play with their friends, and watch everyone improve together, boosting everyone's financial morale. So how does this bring value to us and to our customers? We'll have a free version with some ads that allows access to all of our basic features. We'll also have a premium subscription with access to better learning as well as content from our collaborative partners. We'll have a financial advisor network where we'll refer customers to if they want more knowledge in exchange for a fee. And in year 3, we'll achieve profitability when we start selling data at $5 a data point.
Our roadmap to success includes 3 phases. Phase 1 is launch and user acquisition. Phase 2 is engagement and retention. And Phase 3 is expansion and scalability, where we eventually become the leading all-in-one financial platform. We are well poised, and we will now like to take any questions.
You mentioned part of the business model is selling data. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so there's a pretty big void in financial data on young adults, especially when it comes to being around the credit bureaus. And so what we're going to do is provide the credit bureaus with spending habits of these young adults. In exchange, the credit bureaus are going to pay us for that. It will all be anonymized and that kind of stuff, though.
So you touched on it a little bit, but how do you guys compare to apps like Mint and I know B of A starting to do some of this private budget management stuff? What's the difference there?
Yeah, so we found, these are our 3 main competitors that we found. We're researching Mint, but they just stopped. Yeah, they stopped. But so we mainly are different than these apps because of our gamified budgeting aspect of it, and the leaderboard and kind of playing with your friends. And additionally, we're kind of selling some of the data points in the back end, which will help us with our revenue as well. But mainly the gamified budgeting aspect of our application.
And what's your 5-year model? How big can this get?
Yeah, so our 5-year model,
Let me get back to the...
No, it's right there. Yeah, so we have a sensitivity analysis right there. In a high demand scenario, we will see a year 1 to 5 EBITDA of around $59 million, and then the low demand about $36 million. We also have a user base in our assumptions that it's a little bit lower than what we really think we can gain, just to be conservative with our financial performance.
So I'm not totally clear how you're making money. How much is this per user? $3? Or how much was this per user per month?
So our freemium model is free. The premium subscription is $2.99 per month, but our main revenue comes from linking financial advisors with clients, giving them leads for $200 each, which is about the market average for that type of lead, as well as the back-end data sales of $5 per data point.
So my question then, if that's your primary source of revenue, your target market are these kids that don't know how to budget, right?
Correct.
So how many financial advisors are going to want these customers, right? Or vice versa, do they need a financial advisor? Because this seems to be software that's supposed to help them. So talk through that with me.
So we are funneling about our bottom 5% of customers who are really struggling with their budget, really struggling with their finances. And from there, we will offer up the lead to the financial advisor if they are truly worried about their finances. So the advisor can come in and truly work one-on-one with them to create a long-term financial plan.
Okay, Caroline, do you have a question? Please.
Okay, thanks, great job. Can you elaborate a little more on selling data to the credit bureaus? Is this data, have you contacted them? Are they interested in this data? Or are you hoping that this is maybe a data point that they would add?
Yeah, so our advisor, Steve Yin, actually works for the credit bureaus and has worked for multiple of them in the past. And they do like to have this data because then the credit bureaus go ahead and they take that and use it to sell credit cards from the credit card issuers to those people based off of their spending habits. So it's kind of like a multi-step approach, and we kind of just go straight to the 3 credit bureaus because it's nice and easy up front.
Okay, judges, thank you. Thank you.
I think we got it all. Oh, we got it all. Feel free to keep it. It's not real. I was hoping it was just a little bit. There's a switch on there. Help turn it on. Yeah. Give it to this. There's your blue tape. Like, make sure you can click. Okay, judges, maybe 15 more seconds. All right, Parrot, your time starts now.
Welcome, we are Parrot. My name is Blake Martin, and this is our team. We have expertise in coding, marketing, and product management. The problem we found is that people have great app ideas, but they can't make them. We talked to many non-technical founders and found the same problem. They're quickly discouraged by how hard app development softwares are to learn, and just like Do-Re-Mi, they can't afford to pay somebody to develop it for them. That's why we made Parrot. Parrot is the Wix of app development. Parrot allows non-technical founders to turn their dreams into a reality.
So this is our product right here. It is the simplest drag and drop app builder on planet Earth. So you can enter your app information, choose from a template, and then you can go to the next screen and you can start designing your app. You can customize the colors, the different components, and all the different pages, all without knowing how to code. We can build this because we have members on our team with expertise in software. So every line of code was written by us. So to promote this product, we're going to create short form content on social media. We're going to target people, business people with app ideas who maybe don't have the technical experience. And we can do this because we have experience reaching large audiences on social media. Blake here is 200K on Instagram, and I have 10 million on YouTube.
And how are we making money? Parrot. On Parrot, we're operating with a freemium model, which means you can go onto our platform, you can build out your app, you can test it, and if you're very confident, you can go into a paid subscription, which we have 3 different tiers at personal, business, and enterprise, which means you'll have varying levels of support and increasing costs throughout.
So I want to drill down on 2 of our key metrics here. Our first is our startup costs. We're assuming a startup cost of $75,000. We're going to spend that on hiring a part-time developer to help finish up some features before our full launch, as well as an initial marketing push to get eyeballs on our socials.
The other aspect is our churn rate. We estimate that to be 3 to 5%. We hope to be on the lower side of things because of our freemium model where you can try it before you buy it. So let's take a closer look at how we're planning on scaling. So because we are a tech company, we have a great cheat code that we are infinitely scalable. If somebody wants to host an app on our platform, we can buy the cloud compute and host with them. We also plan on, the only variable on this graph is our marketability, and with 2 marketing geniuses on the team and a strong customer acquisition cost, we assume that we'll be profitable at the 18-month point.
And looking a little bit into our competitive analysis, we found through lots of research and validation that to bring people onto the platform, we found that Parrot really excels in a few main categories, and it's that Parrot is easy to learn, it has simple, low technical language, and we are one of the only platforms where it's free to build. And getting that idea from your brain onto your phone is only around 5 to 10 minutes with our easy templates. And again, that competitive pricing makes it just really easy to get more people on the platform. And lastly, I'd like to just reiterate to you all that you can go right now and test out our prototype. It's live at parrot.zip. Look on our computer. We'd love to hear what you guys are building. And I'd like to thank you all for coming here today, and I'd like to open the floor up to any questions.
Great presentation, guys. Did you say you have 10 million followers?
Correct.
On YouTube?
Yes.
Wow. So just advertising on that.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, the costs involved here. So it's free to build it and $25 a month, right, for a user?
Yes.
And that is a sustainable margin for all you have to do with the cloud and storing all of this and running these apps, and what are the costs involved with that? Because $25 a month seems very cheap.
Yeah, so we did some competitive analysis to help figure out our pricing as well. So we are talking to students, so they're going to be a little more price sensitive. We found that Wix, which is essentially doing hosting and storage as well, their base plan and middle tier plan are between $20 and $30. We assume that with our cloud compute that is required for the applications that we're going to host on the App Store, that should cover our basis, and our cost of goods sold will still give us large margins.
Great job, guys. I'm a huge fan of no-code web builders. I'm not a technical guy, but it's a lot of fun to be able to do that stuff without knowing how to code. How do you differ to some of these other no-code app developers?
So let me ask your experience with no-code. You still had to know some kind of logic, right?
Then, basically.
Yeah, exactly. We take all of that away. So we learned through our validation that people that don't even have that kind of experience still need to learn flow, and they still need to learn these coding techniques, where our platform, we take the whole back end out of it. When you go on Wix, all you have to do is design the user interface, and Wix takes care of all the back end, the if-then logic. We do the same for app building.
Good answer.
What are going to be some of your target industries, or like the features you specialize in, or limitations of what you can and can't build?
So just like Wix is a little bit limited off our template, we are going to be limited off of our features. We're really targeting people that have simpler app ideas. So for example, gaming. We're not going to be able to make any gaming apps like Clash of Clans on our platform. But if you have a small business and you want to create a loyalty app, we'll be able to do that for you. Or say Do Re Mi, where they want to create an app where people can find local musicians. We'll be able to have templates just like that people can come in, modify off of, and create it specifically for their business.
And do you have this function today? Has anybody built an app? And does this actually help you get into the App Store, or is this entirely a mobile web kind of app-like interface?
We have one template that's live right now, and what you can do is export the code. We're looking into ways that we'll take care of that for you for an upgraded charge, and we'll put it on the App Store because that's a whole hassle. And where our pricing model comes is we'll keep it up to date and all that. But right now we just have one template up. What's interesting about our social media is just from a few posts, we've gotten direct messages from people out on the internet saying, can you please release an educational model?
And how did the 10 million YouTube followers come about?
I made memes.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you guys very much.
Oh.
Yes,
Right, judges, are you ready? Bullseye, your time starts right now.
Hi everyone, welcome. Case, are you serious? We're in the middle of presenting. That's so unprofessional. I know you need a boost of energy, but that's not even going to kick in for another 30 minutes. Everyone, this is the exact problem that we are solving. With Bullseye Energy's fast-acting caffeinated gum, it would provide Case with a delicious, discreet, and affordable boost of energy that kicks in 5 minutes.
In today's world, current caffeine options fall short when it comes to convenience, effectiveness, and taste, leaving users dissatisfied. Drinkable caffeine options such as energy drinks are loaded with sugar and take over 30 minutes to kick in. And current caffeinated gums, well, they're more like mints. They're super chalky and have no taste. So say goodbye to bloating, sugar crashes, and waiting for your energy drinks to kick in. With Bullseye Energy, you get the same energizing effects without the drawbacks, and it works almost instantly. A packet of our gum contains approximately 5 servings, with each piece of gum containing 100 milligrams of caffeine, which is equivalent to 2 small cups of coffee. And on top of all this, we're different from our competitors because we're sugar-free and made of 100% natural ingredients. And we're sourcing our caffeine from green coffee beans. And on top of all this, it's absorbed in your mouth, so within seconds, you feel the effects.
Now looking at the entire caffeine market, the US market is worth $47.3 billion, with Arizona ranking number 2 in the US for the highest caffeine consumption, making our immediately addressable market to be roughly 1.47 million individuals. Bullseye is a more affordable caffeine option, coming in at $1 per serving compared to competitors.
To produce our product, it'll cost us $2.88 per unit, with a retail price set at $4.99 using a combination of pricing strategies as well as a direct sales channel with no fees. This brings our margin to $2.11 per unit, or a 42.3% margin. We anticipate breaking even in year 1 when we have revenues of just over $314,000.
To get to our first customers, our strategy is simple. Our target customers are college students between the ages of 18 and 25 who have 2 distinct buying features. They buy online through e-commerce websites as well as in person for immediate gratification. Based on our advertising efforts, we believe our customer acquisition cost to be 14 cents. For immediate in-person sales, we will establish a partnership up with Duffel, a local vendor here that delivers products to customers, and this sales channel has 0 fees.
The people behind our success are Megan, Case, Patrick, Sean, Marcos, and of course our mentor, Callie. Together, we all have an extensive range of both skills and experience, but more importantly, we are all avid caffeine consumers, which not only makes us the best product developers, but also the perfect product testers.
We have strategically created a roadmap linked to our key milestones. With a $50,000 initial investment from founders, friends, and family, we're seeking $200,000 so that we can, $250,000. We are in search of partners that not only recognize the value of our investment proposition, but also want to fortify our venture together.
I'll go first. Really great presentation. Thank you for that. I would love to know, like, what level of product testing have you done? Is this something you've invented? What is the underlying kind of, I don't know, IP?
Yeah, so over the past year, this semester and the last semester, we've been product testing throughout each semester. So we've also done 3 different surveys where we had someone come and try the gum, and the effects of the gum proved that it worked. The results showed up as well. So we found that the gum, we take a survey and the results show that 75% of the people felt the gum within 5 minutes. So it proves our gum works.
Am I going to start?
You guys go first. Very thorough presentation, very good. My first question is, have there been any tests on the effects of this type of caffeine on your teeth, on breaking down the health of your teeth?
Yeah, so actually, since we're not using any sugar, we're using xylitol as a sweetener, which is a natural ingredient in plants. So what's good about that is it's in a lot of dental products such as toothpaste, and it doesn't decay your teeth like normal sugar would.
Great. Can we go over that budget one more time? It was $250 you're looking for, or $300?
So we need $300,000 total to start up our business. $50,000 is coming from the founders, friends, and family, and then we need the additional $250,000 to get our product to us, our manufacturer to establish a relationship with them, we need to buy 4 pallets, which will cost us upfront, which will cost us roughly $200,000, and the rest of the $50,000 will be spent using our startup costs and acquiring our customers.
Could you relate the $4.99 to like an equivalent number of Red Bulls or something like that?
Yeah, so that's a great question, because here we have Monster Energy, which comes in at $2.39 per serving on average, but it ranges. Whereas Bullseye comes in at only $1 per serving when you buy 1 pack. And same thing for a cup of coffee. The average is $4.50, but Bullseye is still just $1 per serving. So it's a much more affordable option for consumers.
I love it. It tastes great. Quickly tell me, how did you guys get this one little product? But my real question is, any oversight with the FDA? What does that process look like for y'all?
Yeah, so we're working with the manufacturer that's fully certified. They're down in Colorado. They have a certificate of analysis on every ingredient within the gum, and it's good since compared to these other competitors, we only have 7 ingredients, while they have like over 30.
So you don't need to retest with all these ingredients in one product because those ingredients are verified. You're good to go.
Exactly.
Gotcha. How'd you come up with the prototype?
So
was like one run, or do you have a whole bunch of those boxes?
We have 4 of those boxes.
It's awesome.
Around like 400 pieces of gum.
It does taste good.
Fantastic.
I'll let you know in 3 minutes.
Start feeling it soon.
Good. Okay, judges, looks like we're ready. RenSense, if you're ready, your time starts now.
Thanks, Mike. All right, hello everybody, and thank you so much for listening to our team, RenSense. At the age of 2.5, I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. For nearly almost 20 years now, I have experienced several pain points when it comes to managing my glucose levels. These pain points include finger pricks, insulin shots, and simply the fact that this continuous glucose monitor device does not function the way I want it to. At RenSense, we have created the Sanavita sensor that is not only less visible and non-invasive, but as well can provide the benefit of reading more than just glucose levels.
This is our customer Kayla. She's part of our segment, the diabetic athlete. Her main pain point is that the sensors that she's using does not stick and it's big and invasive. So before RenSense, she would have to use a CGM and as well as a smartwatch. After RenSense, we're going to eliminate that and she's only going to use one. She's also part of our serviceable available market, which is basically that she's a type 1 diabetic. And then we're going to narrow it down for our SOM, which is our serviceable obtainable market, which is basically people that use CGMs. And we realized through our validation that there is a need for our product, not only for diabetics, but as well as athletes that want to accurately track their health, which is part of our total available market.
As for our product, we have 2 main aspects, the software side and the sensor. For the sensor, we're focusing on allowing users to not only monitor their blood glucose levels, but also allow them to track their health and fitness journey. As for the software, we plan on making it so that users are able to track their health through the app directly, while also gaining personalized tips from AI in terms of meal plans and exercise regimens, but also allow them to directly connect with their endocrinologist to get recommendations in real time.
RenSense is focused on being a subscription-based service. Essentially how this is going to work is that our user will have 1 box per month. Within that box will contain 3 sensors, and then a sensor will last anywhere from 10 to 30 days, depending on the wearability as well as the user.
Based off of all of our validation, we found that our customers want all 4 of those metrics in just one device, and we as RenSense aim to accomplish just that.
So our road to launch, we're going to start RenSense with research and development, and then we're going to allocate more than 50% of our time and money for trials and improvements, as it is the most costly. And following that, we're going to look for partnerships that align with our values and finally launch.
Finally, as for our per unit breakdown, each sensor will cost us around $40, and then we will be selling 3 of those per box for $150. Now, as for our app service that will be paired with our sensor, this will be at no additional cost for each individual user.
Now, this is our founding team with our wonderful mentor, John Sharp, Aiden, Kayla, Kushi, and Sager. And we are RenSense, and we would love to cultivate a new way of healthy living.
I have one. So you said 10 to 30 days is the expected lifetime of a sensor. That's a pretty broad range that could impact your financials. So have you, how do you plan to get that a little more precise, or do you have an average?
Yeah, no, great question. So personally for me, a sensor that I currently wear right now only lasts to 10 days because every single day I'm using it. Our plan for the Santa Vita sensor, since we are targeting not only diabetics but as well as athletes, they have the option to take it off, on and off. So that's why that range out to 30 days is applicable to that. And our plans to tackle that, we're first going to do more validation, but we realize that, we have a market for both fields to go into. So that's kind of our plan to tackle on the costs associated with the extended amount of days.
Great presentation. My question is the value proposition of this sensor is, I know there's going to be a lot more potential information. Is the sensor smaller? Do you have a prototype? What is the idea for what's the wearable?
Yeah, so I'm not sure if it was passed out, but there is a band that we laser cut it out of rubber and then used a sort of mock PCB scanner on the side, that side. And it's basically going to be the size of either a penny or dime to be relatively small, and it's going to attach to the base of your wrist to be able to monitor your blood glucose levels. And we're going to be using sensors like optical sensors, photodiodes, accelerometers in order to make sure that users are able to firstly monitor their blood glucose levels, and that's by using the optical sensors and photodiodes, and then using the accelerometer to be able to track their health and fitness.
So it's a separate band, like a whoop?
Yeah, so it's the sensor incorporated with the fact that you can place it anywhere.
Can you put the sensor in a watch?
You could if you want to. It's primarily best if it has to be stuck on the skin directly. So a big part about our sensor as well is the app feature about it. Currently right now, as a CGM, where the app associated with the sensor, I can't do anything with it. And even when I open the app, it malfunctions. So our app is designed to not only combat those issues, but also provides the benefits of kind of more than what the typical app looks like right now. So meal plans, workouts, and really just personalizable to you as the user wearing our sensor.
And is your sensor proprietary, and is it, or is it kind of off the shelf componentry? And if you got any testing, do you actually use the sensor and test it any of those?
Yeah, so right now we're still in the development phase of our first prototype. We have done a lot of validation with endocrinologists and doctors around Arizona, within Phoenix and Tucson, as well as a couple of doctors out in California. So we are primarily working towards and creating the sensor right now. Essentially how the model is going to look like, we are only focused to being a B2C business right now. We are also later on during our research and development phase, we're hoping to work through insurance companies as well.
Thank you.
RenSense, thank you very much. All right, judges, it looks like you're ready. Austin, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Time starts now.
Hello, my name is Austin Chester, and my company is Float On. So imagine you're floating out there, it's paradise, maybe on a beach. Everything's perfect, the temperature of the water is great. Now imagine if you could encapsulate that experience and have it whenever you want. That's sort of what floating is like. You jump into this giant pod, close the lid, and then let all your troubles sort of melt away, is the best way to describe it. But having those benefits comes at a cost. Right now, you could either spend $30,000 on a float tank or go to a float center, and those both have their pros and cons. Primarily the convenience factor and the privacy factor. So my company's vision is to increase the awareness of mental and physical benefits of regularly floating, as well as enabling everyone to pursue the best version of themselves. And in order to do that, I'm going to provide an easy-to-use, all-in-one, collapsible, storable float tank. And that's because right now in America, we're experiencing a huge mental health crisis. Approximately, 10.2 million people have mental illness and addiction concurrently, and depression is the #1 leading cause of disability currently worldwide. And during my experiences while floating, I could really attest to the fact that it does help with depression, because I've had experience with that. And there are a number of benefits that are associated with floating. Those include health and mental benefits, but I think the best way to illustrate it would be to say that people like Tom Brady, Steph Curry, Joe Rogan, all these high-performing athletes and individuals all use float tanks and highly recommend using float tanks on a regular basis. So my overall market size, I'm looking for either the mental health and wellness market or the spa market, sort of more aiming towards the spa market because that will have the most significant amount of growth over the course of the next 8 years at about $168 billion. My overall business model will follow a razor and blade model, where I'll sell the person the actual float tank, and then the blade will be the Epsom salts and accessories for the float tank. I'm undercutting any other float tank that's currently on the market because they range anywhere from $5,000 to $30,000. But I'm not devaluing the service or the experience as a whole, because I'm sort of opening up the door to allow more people to experience floating as a whole. My overall 18-month outlook, months 1 to 6 and 7 to 12, I'm self-funded and focusing primarily on research and development and finding that manufacturer. And then by months 13, 18, I'm making a profit. Thank you for coming out today.
You mentioned there's some value in the price point. I don't know if you caught the price point of the product. You go over that.
So right now I have the price point set at about $17.99, but that's actually going to drop probably quite a bit lower, because I actually through discussion with individuals and getting validation on the current designs of my tank, will likely be able to drop that price. With other float tanks that are on the market, they range anywhere from what would be literally an open tub, and they'll charge you $5,000 for that. Or the actual commercial float tanks that are purchased by float centers, and those range of the $30,000 to $50,000 typically.
And can you describe it a little bit? You said maybe it's not portable, but it's not permanent either.
Yeah, it's not going to be a permanent fixture in your home. The best way I can equate it to is a person who purchases a treadmill that they're able to store in their closet or under their bed. It would be about the same size once it's all put away and done.
My question is, I'm just not familiar with them. If they're in spas, I'm a bit of a germ patho. So if someone's in the float tank and then I'm going next, what happens with that water?
So in commercial, that's one of the reasons why I want to give people their own, because that sharing of stuff and the health concerns. But in a commercial setting, you'll go into the float tank, you'll go to the float center, they'll run you down, they'll run you through everything you need to do, you'll go shower off and then strip down and get into the float tank. The reason why the commercial float tanks are typically so expensive is because they've got very large and complicated filtration systems to account for the fact that they're being used on a multiple times per day basis. Also, multiple different people are coming through. But as far as my tank goes, because you're only using it for yourself, ideally, or the people in your household, it would be the same sort of principle to like using your bathtub. So you just clean it like you would clean your bathtub.
I think you might have just answered my question, but just kind of the difference between your price point and what's in the market. Is there different technology that you're using, or that seems to be a pretty big gap?
So actually with mine, it would sort of be the lack of overcomplicated technology, because a lot of those commercial float tanks, they got LED lights that are voice controlled, Bose speakers in them, a whole bunch of stuff that you don't necessarily need if you're truly seeking the wellness, both mental and physical, from the float tanks. You don't need all the extra bells and whistles.
So I've tried kind of a float service, and it seems like a significant amount of ingredients are required to get the salt levels necessary for an actual float, kind of to gain the float benefit.
Yeah.
I'm curious for your perspective, is that really doable for the average consumer to buy the tank plus have that level of salt content, supply, ingredients?
So actually, it's not that complicated, realistically speaking. I used to consult at a float center. The most important thing in that setting would be the pH balance of the water. In the home setting, and the way that I have the tank designed, essentially it will have like a fill line that you'll fill to X if you're Y amount of weight. And there will be another line that would show the amounts of salt that you would need based on that water fill line. And then either just allowing the tank to sit for an hour or so to allow that salt to dissolve fully would probably be the most sound mechanism to go by with my product.
Thank you.
Okay, judges, thank you.
Yeah, Pep Cor.
Come on!
Hey, we just gotta stay in the sponge. It's like a big fish eye. Yeah. Oh, yeah, sure.
All right, judges, are you ready? Okay, Pep Cor, your time starts right now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here today. We are Pep Corp, or Pro Earth Products Corporation. Now here's our team and our amazing mentor, John Sharp, and I'm excited to introduce our first product, the Espresso Tea. Now the Espresso Tea is a groundbreaking, eco-friendly golf tea made from upcycled coffee grounds and biodegradable materials. It aims to revolutionize the golf industry by providing sustainable alternatives to those conventional teas, blending sustainable practices with sports performance. It not only reduces waste, but it provides a greener approach to golfing essentials. Now, the current process of coffee grounds is 2.25 billion cups are consumed daily, generating 15 million tons of coffee grounds annually, which are sent to landfills and burned, creating greenhouse gases in our atmosphere. Now, our process will consist of establishing relationships with these coffee shops, picking up the coffee grounds through our supply chain, and then manufacturing and supplying our espresso tea to golf courses. Now, in this video, you can see that our espresso tea will fully biodegrade, and it's submerged fully in water. It'll take 6 hours for it to fully biodegrade, and our goal here is for when courses turn on their sprinklers at the end of the day, the water will interact with our polymer, releasing the coffee grounds and enriching the soil and the grass.
Espresso tea bridges the gap between a high-performance golf tea and sustainability while having a competitive price at 5.82 cents a golf tea.
So why the golf industry? Well, the golf industry is always moving more and more eco-friendly, sells 1.5 billion golf tees annually, and is low risk. If a golf tee breaks, well, it's meant to break. Now, why do you think we can do this? Well, roughly 120,000 golf tees are purchased by each golf course every year, and we've already spoken to 50 golf course directors, and they want it! Now, we're testing with Omni Tucson already, and hope to have them on board as our first customer.
So our venture initially requires around $102,000 in order to fund our first year production costs, the equipment associated with the production, as well as our first year operating expenses. And we're going to primarily be doing this through our own bootstrapping, leveraging our family and friends, and as well as eventually applying for some SBA loans once we become a little bit more financially eligible. And then we also have laid out for you a 5-year profit and loss statement with some of the other costs associated with running a B2B type business, as well as another thing you can see is that our EBITDA margin and gross margin remain relatively consistent. However, we think years 3, 4, and 5 we can get that up to be around 10% higher when we negotiate our material costs to be a little bit lower.
As for our strategy, we'll first start by creating a supply chain. We'll do this by offering specialized bins to collect the coffee grounds at each of the coffee shops. With this, we'll be able to mix and manufacture our product through injection molding. After this, we'll reach out to various golf course GMs, directors, and teams so that we can create a sales ambassador program. With this backing, we'll be able to partner with companies such as Callaway so that they can then advertise our product in the golf community. With this comes expansion. We plan on growing to 13.5% of Arizona's market share, as well as other states in the future. Thank you so much for listening, and let's drive for a greener tomorrow.
Great presentation. I'm really curious, there's been some other examples of this, I think, in other companies. I know Rigwell's doing this in Northwest. I know that like the boring companies actually getting some really interesting and reusable that they're going to pull out the holes. I'm curious as to what other product lines can be used from this same source material, because that seems to be your like 5-year plus opportunity.
Yeah, so this is more of a proof of concept. We can prove that if we get the material down right, then we'll be able to make a broad range of products, such as maybe your bread clips and your bread bags, which sell billions every year, and other like coffee stirrers, as well as a bunch of other like knick-knack products that maybe wouldn't dissolve that have a short-term use. So kind of it's to replace single-use plastics that are going to get thrown away and can be used for roughly 2 hours before their integrity is broken down.
Great presentation, guys. My question is the cost to gather the coffee grinds, right? So to scale, you need coffee grinds from a lot of places, right? A lot of coffee shops, maybe nationally, right? If you want to hit these numbers. So what about the cost? I saw the cost of goods, 0.02, whatever that was. But you the operating expenses here, you don't include anything about collecting these coffee. You got to drive to the place, you got to collect it, you got to bring it somewhere, and you got to do that for like 5,000 coffee shops. How do you do that?
Yeah, our logistical process for the first year, as well as the supply chain, we actually have a hidden slide for that. It's a pretty negligible amount. By the end of the first year, we want to hit around 60, have connections with 60 different golf companies. So, I mean, that would require collecting around 6 pounds a day, and that total amount we can literally fit in the back of my 5-foot cab Tacoma. So, yeah, as far as for the first year, we don't really need to worry about expanding. However, yeah, the logistical costs we will need to include in our operational expenses for years following. But at this point in time, the amount that we're collecting is pretty negligible that we didn't add the logistical expenses into the operating expenses.
So you're saying 6 pounds is 1,800 pounds worth of product, or how does the 6 pounds translate into teas?
So it's around 179 per store, 179 pounds per store, and essentially it's going to require around 30 pounds for every 10,000 tea shipment, which is the average monthly amount of teas bought by the companies in the first place. So we just divvied it up by the 10 Starbucks that we've contacted within a 3-mile radius, and that's just what the current supply chain looks like as of right now. And then Starbucks is the best for us just because they give out the coffee tea or the spent grounds for free for the most part. But when we do look to expand, especially statewide, we'll be looking for other boutique coffee shops as well. So.
Did your customers that you mentioned, Tucson National, did they have an idea of like from their customers what percentage of them might consider purchasing these, and then 5.82 cents per tee is the cost to your initial customer. So what kind of margin is the golf shop thinking they're going to make on these?
Yeah, so most of the courses right now give their golf tees out for free. There's some courses that will, supply 15 golf tees for like $1. However, we're structured towards supplying those tees that are just given out for free, and they're currently purchasing like plastic and wood tees right now, which is the conventional tee, at 4 cents a tee. So yes, we are priced at a premium product. However, we provide a lot of different benefits to their course. We're going to clean up the course. They're never going to have, those plastic and wood tees scattered everywhere, and ours will enrich the soil and the grass on the tee boxes as well.
Judges, thank you very much. Pep Cor, please go. Okay, judges, are you ready? Okay, Hestia, your time starts now.
Good afternoon. We are Hessia Collective. We are bringing people together in a world that's moving farther apart. Our team here today is myself, Courtney, and Justine, and then Zach, who couldn't make it. Now, we live in a world in which 79% of young individuals aged 18 to 24 are lonely on a consistent basis. But not only that, we also live in a world in which more people are living alone more than ever before in history. That is where we come in, as Hessia Collective, offering community-based, cost-effective housing opportunities to young adults in the workforce today. Courtney is now going to tell you a little bit about who we serve and how we do it.
So how does this actually work? Well, the first thing that we're going to do is create partnerships with both companies and apartment buildings. We're going to ask these companies who are hiring recent college graduates who are moving to new cities to start these jobs to offer our service as a benefit to their employees. So what this will look like is them helping to subsidize the cost of housing for their employees. We will then take these new hires, place them into pre-contracted apartment buildings, and once they're all in the same space, we will host different social events to build community and strengthen relationships. After we have proof of concept, in phase 2, we will build our own community-centered housing developments. So where does Hessia Collective add value? We believe that we do this in 3 ways, which is for the companies, for the new hires, and for the community as a whole. Recently, we had the chance to host our very first social event. This was Coffee with Hessia. At this event, we learned that people enjoyed it and they do it again, that they're willing to pay for it, and that Hessia Collective is the right team to do this.
Next, we're going to take a look at our funding sources. So our team estimates that we will need $100,000 to launch our venture. This will go directly into fixed operating expenses, some of which are listed on the screen. The biggest one being for our employee wages, which will be for our sales team. And then this will directly correlate to our customer acquisition cost, which is $3,000 per company. Next, we have 2 streams of revenue. The first one is our service fee, which is $200 per person per month, and this will be charged to the company so that we can get their new hires into cost-effective housing units. And then our second one is our social event subscription, which is $50 per person per month, and this can either be charged to the companies or to the individuals. That way they can opt into our social event subscription that will be hosted by Hestia. Next, looking at our 18th month P&L, we estimate to break even in month 13, and then by month 18 bring in revenue of about $136,000 and remain profitable going forward.
Now, we at Hessia Collective envision a world in which young adults have the opportunity and ability to come together in community rather than drift farther into loneliness. Please join us on our mission of bringing people together. Thank you. We now open the floor to any questions. Yeah, absolutely. So we are targeting small to medium-sized companies that are hiring anywhere from 50 to 100 employees, new hires straight out of college. This is because most of them are already offering incentive packages. However, it's usually just a cash incentive. It is not unique and it's not actually going to benefit the employees themselves. We offer a unique offering to these mid-range companies.
So how long would you expect one of the companies to be supporting like a $200 a month per person? Like how long, what's that lifespan look like?
Yeah, absolutely. So on average, we expect each employee to be in the program for around 2 years. So our financials are based on that. So they'd be paying it for each employee for 2 years.
Where is there a discounted, the residential cost, the apartment, the housing? You started out saying that would come at a discounted price to the employee, to the new employee, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
How is that going to be?
Yeah, so there's two ways that that's happening. So the first way is the companies themselves are a revenue stream. So that's money that's flowing into us. And then the apartment buildings, we've spoken with different apartment building managers. Apartments have vacancies. This is from just not being able to fill the space, from someone getting kicked out because they're not paying. There's always vacancies. So what we're doing is asking to contract a specific number of rooms. And because we're guaranteeing them that revenue, they're going to give it to us at a discount. So that's where the discounted housing rate is coming from.
One of the questions is just market research. Like, what market research have you done to confirm they're there in terms of the appetite by young adults?
Yeah, absolutely. We have done a lot of market research. One being, we got to present in front of about 1,000 of our target market, and we got great feedback saying that this is something we want. And then we also got it reaffirmed with our community event with people being together and then telling us they would pay for this over and over and over again. And then on the company side of things, they want the top talent. And our market research and our validation to companies is that they are trying to find unique ways to incentivize top talent to come to them.
So what happens if they make a new hire who lasts only 2 months? And then, like, do they kick them out of the housing? Do you guys absorb the cost? What happens then?
Absolutely. So we see this as a direct benefit to the new hire themselves. And even though it didn't work out with the company themselves, they're still going to get access to our incentives and our community events themselves. Everybody needs community. And while this will not be paid by the company themselves, they can still opt in, as well as anyone not in the companies can opt in to our social event subscription month to month.
So basically, the employees could still go to your events if they decided to pay for it?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Great job, guys.
All right. Students, first of all, fantastic job. Does everybody agree they did a great job this morning? So we're going to give you about a 3-minute head start to head upstairs and staff your booths, and I'll keep everybody in here for the next 3 minutes or so. back for those that were here this morning. Welcome for those that are joining us for this afternoon. Raise your hand if you got food. Great. I mostly care about the students. Everybody else, you can faint if you want this afternoon. We don't want our students to be fainting away. How many of you had a chance to go out and visit students during the showcase? Excellent, excellent. Super proud of the progress that students have made over this academic year, as I mentioned earlier this morning. Really proud of their pitches this morning. Choosing 5 from that 14 is very difficult. Very, very difficult. So one thing that we'll do after we go through the finals round here in just a second is we're going to ask one of our judges to kind of give some reflections about how the teams did in aggregate and what the judges would suggest teams might take a look at going forward and so forth. But for students, just know very, very, very difficult decision for us to whittle 14 names down to 5. So know that if you didn't get selected, our hearts are with you. Okay? All right, before we get going, I'm going to have Ted get up and introduce our new judge panel. So we have, with one exception, we have new judges for this afternoon then from this morning. And I'll have Ted introduce them right now.
Okay, can everybody hear me? All right, welcome to the afternoon, the final session. So I would like to introduce, there they are on the screen. These are our afternoon judges. So thank you, judges, for giving your time and talents. We have one holdover from the morning, so I will get to him. But on my right here, we have Wendy Sanuik. She is a graduate from the same year I graduated from the U of A. So as a fellow 25, as a 25-year-old, we just recently graduated in class of 92. Anyone else here from the class of 92? We got one. Man, you guys look great. Anyway, what's that? 93. We got another 93. Anyway, Wendy is a vice president with Coca-Cola, and so thank you for joining us today, Wendy. And then next here we have Sean Conway. Sean went through, he's been in your shoes. He was up here in 2007. He's gone on to build some companies, sell them. He's doing another venture. He is the continual entrepreneur, and he always gives back. And he says to me when we talk about this that, he can't believe that he's sitting there now. It seems like just the other day. So, Sean, thank you for joining us. And yeah, you came from Texas to be here, right? Yes. Yes, so thank you, Sean. And then we have Matt, who, I don't know if we count the morning session as a separate session, that puts you at 785 times you've done this. So Matt is a graduate from 93. Can we have the two of you have a class reunion real quick? Matt has judged and gives of his time so generously over all the years. We're grateful. He's been judging since like 95, 6.
Almost 20 years.
20 plus years. And he's spun up many companies, sold them. And so Matt, thank you. He was here this morning and he'll be there this afternoon. So Matt Williams. And then we have John Jackson, John is the CEO of Flora. He went through this program, graduated in 2013. He lives in Tucson, and he lives now in Michigan? Illinois. Sorry, Michigan and Illinois. You mean they're not the same? And John is in the agricultural space, and he gives back. He comes and speaks to the students. He's very knowledgeable. And he joins us today. Thank you for your time, John. And we have Christina Rice, Christina graduated from the U of A in 2009, and she is now the president, but I gave her a promotion on the slides. I put her as a CEO. So look, we got big things on the rise for Christina she doesn't realize when she goes to work on Monday. Anyway, she is the president of PICS Health, And so she is joining us. This is your first time doing this. So we are thankful for Christina. So give her a hand. All right, we couldn't do any of this without you folks, so thank you for making time, being part of today. I think we're on our way, Mike. Good luck to the students. I don't know who's in, honestly. I was just outside talking.
I do. I know who's in. So, before we call down the first team, I'm just going to talk for another 30, 35 minutes or so. No, I'm not going to talk at all, except to remind everybody what's at stake here. So we have 5 teams that we've selected into the finals round. Those teams are competing for first prize of $10,000, second prize of $5,000, third place of $2,000, and then the runners-up each get $1,000. So anybody that's selected in the finals round is going to get one of those cash prizes. They're free to use that money as they wish. There's no reason or requirement that they pour that back into their venture if they decide to launch. The only requirement, I think, is that they get to take me out to dinner. Secondarily, this is the first time that we've done this. We have our honors class. We have 5 students that are part of our new venture development class that are also part of the honors program. So we're going to invite them up to pitch and compete for a social impact prize, and we'll do that after we go through the finals round. So those are the prizes, and that's the money at stake. So good luck to all the teams. One thing that I'm going to talk about while judges are deliberating is I have some examples of entrepreneurs who demonstrated significant resilience. So one of the leadership qualities that we're hoping to instill in these teams in the fall semester and then in the spring semester is this idea of resilience. And you're going to get customer feedback. Maybe it's not always what you want to hear. Maybe your financials aren't working out the way you want them to. There's all kinds of things that you're going to run into as an entrepreneur. And to get over some of those things, one of the key ingredients, of course, is to be resilient. And so I picked 5 entrepreneurs that I think demonstrated a significant amount of resilience. And so while the judges are deliberating, the rest of us can read about these resilient entrepreneurs. Okay, so that's what you're going to see on the screen here in just a second. But before we get to the first entrepreneur, I'm about to call down the first team. I'm going to make you guys sweat it out. Okay, the first team that I would love to call down is our friends in Bullseye.
Let's go.
So while they're getting settled in, this afternoon, teams have 5 minutes to pitch, and judges will have 5 minutes to ask them questions. All right, so that's the format that we'll see for all 5 teams. I think Callie wants me to get out of the picture, but I can stay here just to annoy them. Okay, judges, are you ready? Yes. Bullseye, are you ready?
Yes.
Your time starts now.
Hi everyone, welcome. Thank you. Case, are you serious? We're in the middle of presenting. That's so unprofessional. I know you need a quick boost of energy, but that's not even going to kick in for another 30 minutes. Everyone, this is the exact problem that we are solving. With Bullseye Energy's fast-acting caffeinated gum, it would provide Case with a discreet, delicious, and affordable boost of energy that would kick in 5 minutes.
In today's world, current caffeine options fall short when it comes to convenience, taste, and effectiveness, leaving users dissatisfied. Drinkable caffeine options such as energy drinks are loaded with sugar and take over 30 minutes to kick in. And current caffeinated gums, they're more like mints. They're super chalky and have no flavor. So why now? 85% of American individuals consume caffeine daily, and that demand is continuing to rise. So now is the perfect time for a solution that addresses these issues within the market. So say goodbye to bloating, sugar crashes, and wait for your caffeine to kick in. The Bullseye Energy get the same energizing effects without the drawbacks, and it kicks in almost instantly. So a pack of our gum contains approximately 5 servings, with each piece of gum containing 100 milligrams of caffeine, and that's equivalent to 2 small cups of coffee. Unlike our competitors, we're sugar-free and made up of 100% natural ingredients, and we're even sourcing our caffeine from green coffee beans. And on top of all this, it's absorbed in your mouth, so within seconds you feel the effects.
Now looking into the entire caffeine market, the U.S. market is worth $47.3 billion, with making Arizona ranking number 2 in the U.S. for the highest caffeine consumption. making our immediately addressable market to be roughly 1.47 million individuals. Bullseye is a more affordable caffeine option compared to energy drinks and store-bought coffee drinks. The average serving of an energy drink costs about $2.39, and the average cup of coffee from a coffee shop costs $4.50 per serving. Bullseye gum is just $1 per serving.
Now, to produce the product, it'll cost us $2.88 per unit. We've set our retail price at $4.99 per unit, which we arrived at using a combination of pricing strategies as well as a direct sales channel with no fees. This brings our margin to $2.11 or 42.3%. Now, assuming a growth rate at the new venture growth rate for businesses in the food and beverage industry, we anticipate breaking even in year one when we have revenues of just over $314,000.
To get our first customers, our strategy is simple. Our target customers are college students between the ages of 18 and 25, and they have two distinct buying features. They buy online through e-commerce websites as well as in person for immediate gratification. Based on current trends, we've crafted our social media and brand image to resemble active and outgoing lifestyle in which our customers are highly excited about. Through this, we'll establish brand awareness, generate our first sales online, as well as start selling our highly anticipated merchandise, which is going to help us generate a second source of revenue. Based on our advertising efforts, we've calculated our customer acquisition cost to be 14 cents. For immediate in-person sales, we will be establishing a partnership with Duffel, a vendor right here on campus that delivers products to customers, and this sales channel has no fees.
The skills and commitment of our team has already been demonstrated through our significant traction and success. With an initial investment of $2,500, we've already established a relationship with our manufacturer, funded our first batch of product, and also produced our first branded merchandise. We've also been in talks with organizations such as the U of A bookstore to hold up a Bullseye pop-up shop to boost sales. We've also won 4 out of 5 competitions ranging in communication, investability, and booth appeal. We've also won 3rd in Investor's Choice, totaling $900 in earnings to date. Now, the people behind our success are Megan, Case, Patrick, Marcos, Sean, and of course, our mentor, Callie. Together, collectively, we all hold extensive skills and experience. But more importantly, we are all avid caffeine consumers, which not only make us the best product developers, but the perfect product testers.
Now, to sustain our momentum, we have carefully crafted a strategic roadmap delineating our startup and manufacturing costs. With an initial $50,000 investment from founders, friends, and family, we're now seeking $250,000 capital investment. This cash injection will grant us a 10-month runway with a 3-month buffer post our break-even in month 7. We are seeking partners that not only value our investment proposition, but also bring insights and expertise to fortify our venture together. With Bullseye, we can all hit our mark.
I'll go ahead and start, and please, judges, let me know if you have one of the next questions. So, FDA approval. Is FDA approval required? Is there anything proprietary or IP kind of protectable about this, the combined ingredients or the solution?
Yeah, so we're at where we're manufacturing this gum, they're over in Colorado, they're fully certified, up to date with all the FDA approval. And the thing with us, our gum is only 7 ingredients, and each 7 of those ingredients, we have a certificate of analysis. So we know where every ingredient in our gum is coming from.
Talk a little bit about market feedback so far and customer feedback. I know you talked about the other competitors and not being a desirable product, so how are you getting different feedback?
So initially we did one of our biggest surveys where we had people test out our product. We have gotten a wide range of responses, but 70% of people who did try it felt the effects within 5 minutes, and then another 85% of people who did try it really believed in our product and actually liked it, and were open to buying it again sometime soon. In terms of comparing ourselves to other chewable caffeine or caffeine gum, we stand out in having actually good texture that isn't chalky. We have variety of flavors, and we're also working on a variety of different caffeine amounts to satisfy our customers' needs.
You showed the total market, total caffeine or market in general, but relative to that, how much of that market is gum, or that's not coffee or not energy drink?
So since we're competing with energy drinks and coffee, 39.2% makes up for energy drink consumers out of the entire caffeine market, and 49.1% comes from energy drinks. Sorry, from coffee.
Yeah, so your manufacturer's in Colorado, is that right?
Yeah.
And do you have an exclusive license, or how does that work, like your proprietary stuff?
Yes.
Or yes.
Yeah, so we're working with them, we're doing a private label, and we actually created our own formula. So they own the delivery of like the gum, but we own the formula, so.
Okay, awesome.
So just curious on your claim versus your criteria of like, well, it's 30% or takes 30 minutes for energy drinks versus, how did you guys kind of come to that?
Yeah, so we did a little bit of research over the past year, and we found through our surveys that a lot of people aren't slamming an energy drink. So it takes from 30 minutes to an hour to finish a whole drink, and for that to fully absorb. And it's also has to go down through your stomach, into your liver, and into your bloodstream. But with us, it's absorbed in your mouth, so it works a lot faster because it's absorbing right into your bloodstream within your mouth.
And I love that you have an action prototype. Just curious if you've gotten any feedback on the flavor. You talked about the texture of the flavor.
Yeah, it's very bitter at the beginning because there is a lot of caffeine, I have to say. It is a prototype. It's our first ever. Once we launch with our manufacturer and pay our initial investment, we can tweak the flavor and all the minor instances that we can adjust, of course.
Anecdote of one, I cheated during the first judges session and cheated during the whole 2 hours, so it was quite fair. The financial size, kind of 5 years out, I know we talked a little bit about this, but what is the break-even point of sales? And again, remind me of your 3 to 5 year kind of trajectory of financials.
Yeah, so we have our 3-month P&L, but right here you can see that in year 1, we're expected to break even in month 7 when we have revenues of just over $314,000. We have strategically minimized our overhead costs as well as our fixed expenses so that we're able to break even at an earlier point in time. We have substantial growth over our first 3 years, and this does take into account 2 different revenue streams. We have a revenue stream from our gum, and we also have a secondary source of income from our merchandise, which will help kind of aid and support with our growth.
Any last questions?
I was just wondering if economies of scale, like this, the 288 goes down. Was it 288 per package?
Yes.
The cost to produce will be $2.88 per package.
But say you were making $1 million at home.
Yeah.
Okay.
If we buy a quantity, we'll be able to significantly decrease our cost of goods sold.
Cool. Thank you guys.
Thanks so much.
This round, we're going to give judges plenty of time to take notes because they don't have much time to deliberate between the end of the finals and when they need to come back and select the winner. So we'll give them, instead of 45 seconds, we're going to give them a full minute. Judges, are you ready? Yep. Okay. Our next team, students, are you ready? Our next team we're going to welcome down is Do Re Mi. Aren't you guys tough? Right now. Cool. Great. You know, the funny thing is, when I mentioned Do Re Mi, I heard this "oh shit" from that side of the room, and I don't know if it was you guys or some other student. Anyway, good luck. Your time starts. Your time starts now.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name's John. This is Joey. This is Waleed, and this is Jelani, and we are Do Re Mi. Back in 2019, I decided I wanted to learn how to play the guitar. When starting out, I found it difficult to find affordable resources that fit my needs and tools to help me stay committed to my learning while having fun doing so. When we took a deeper look into this, we found that many beginner musicians struggle with similar things, a lack of motivation and a lack of progress. In order to fully understand this, we wanted to hear what teachers had to say about this as well. And after talking to them, we found that many of them struggle with marketing themselves and creating a consistent client flow for their business. Understanding both sides of this market led us to create Do Re Mi. Before we get there, I wanted to go over a few more points on the market. 67% of Americans have a desire to learn an instrument. 80% of musicians attribute their failure to a lack of motivation, and 18% is the online music education growth rate. Now, what is Do Re Mi? Do Re Mi is an online music education platform that connects music students with music teachers and provides gamified lessons for the students.
With Do Re Mi, learning music is as easy as 1, 2, 3. As you can see here, students can connect with teachers and pick which one best suits their needs, and you can also play games to help develop your skills. For our students, our obtainable market is at about $58 million or 2.7 million users. For teachers, the obtainable market is about 122,500 teachers in the US. For our product market, it's feasible, it's viable, and it's desirable through the gamified lessons and the quality instructions from the teachers. Now for defending the market, we have the first mover advantage due to our combination of these gamified lessons, the asynchronous lessons, as well as the connection between the students and teachers. We also have potential partnerships with music academies here in Tucson, and again, the competitive price will give us an advantage.
So why us? Basically, we're passionate when it comes to music education and music and innovation, and our skills are basically diverse. And plus, we got the help from our advisor, Jorgen. He has much experience when it comes to the music industry. We're gonna market our platform on social media, especially our Instagram account and our website. We're focusing more on social media marketing, so we're spending $900 on the first month and $1,800 on the second month, starting the second month. And for the teachers, they're gonna pay $14.99 a month, and the student, to get the full access, they're gonna need to pay $9.99 a month.
So for our funding sources, we will be providing $50,000 from us four and then getting $50,000 from friends and family. And these are to initially cover our initial startup costs, which are our app development costs and our marketing costs, as well as our legal fees that we expect to come up in the future. So this is a look at our 18-month P&L, and since you can see from our first few months, our costs are going to make our net income really low in the first few months, and then as time goes by, it'll even out, and that'll make our break-even point between month 11 and 12. And then we will also be getting our first profit of $515 in month 12. So taking some look at our key financial metrics, our customer growth rate was based on an industry average of 22%, as well as For the teachers, of 12%. And then our user acquisition cost is around $2 per user, and our customer acquisition cost is also $22 per user. Our CLVs are based on how long we expect teachers to be on our platform until the time they get off, and as well as students. And this is our path to profitability. We're going to start off with market research, making sure we continue to validate our problem and making sure it's still a valid problem. And then we're going to develop our app and its content. And then finally, we'll implement our revenue model with our subscription revenue model. And that will lead us to further partner with music schools to get some of their students to get on our app. And finally, again, we'll make a profit at month 15 at around $515. So with that being said, thank you so much. We're open to any questions now.
I know for the fees that are being collected from the teachers and also the students, I think that's just fees to use the platform, correct?
Yes.
And so will there be additional fees for students once they're matched with a instructor? And do you guys take any part of that to help drive your business?
So we don't take any additional fees from the students. They pay the teachers directly through our app. The only additional sort of fee that they would pay us is if they want access to all of the games, and that would be the $9.99 per month. But otherwise, it's free for them to just sign up and look for a teacher on there.
Okay, thank you.
So it seems like the differentiating factor is the gamification component. Like that's kind of like the UVP, right?
Yes.
And the add-on is the ability to connect with the teacher.
Yes.
Right? So what is the gamification component? Like I don't believe we actually had a chance to kind of see what the game itself looks like.
Yeah, so the game is kind of going to depend on how we program it, but a lot of our target audience is actually children, so we want to make it something kind of flashy, keep them engaged, and just make learning a new instrument fun for them. So it's not necessarily like we have this specific game that we're going to do, it's more so the idea that is going to go into the programming once we start the app development.
Gotcha. And has it been any consideration of an enterprise offering for school districts or anything like that that are, having music classes that this could be a component they integrate?
Yeah, so we're actually planning on doing partnerships with music schools. We interviewed a few different teachers from music schools in the Tucson area, and a lot of them say that they would be open to getting exposure through our app by using their teachers and doing some sort of collaboration with their students.
And they were also interested in students who needed just more work outside of class to make them sign up for our app and then do our game so they can increase in motivation while they're learning at their school as well.
It's a very similar question. I mean, what other solutions are on the market for the self-learning? It seems like there are quite a few things and some that have done gamification or made it fun. And why and how do you think this is different in terms of your solution?
So there are definitely solutions out there. I think what makes us different is that we actually put structure behind it. You can search on YouTube, you can find everything you need to learn a new instrument on the internet. It's all there. We're not making anything new. We're just putting structure behind it to make it easier for people to go along with it and personalize it so each user has an experience that actually fits what they're looking for.
Okay. And one quick follow-up question. Marketplaces are super hard. What makes you think that you can get the music teachers to use this as opposed to, the Thumbtack or other places that offer connecting professionals?
So for that part, we're going to try to rely more so on the personalization and gamified lessons to keep their students engaged.
Some of our competitors do have a higher price. Like I know Musician charges like $19.99 per month, and so our price for teachers is $14.99 per month. So it's keeping that lower price strategy as well.
Thanks. Well done, guys. I am wondering about are you going to focus on one instrument early on? And if so, why?
So that's going to kind of be based on the teachers that we acquire. We're going to be more focused on the main instruments that people want to learn, especially
Sorry,
children.
I think from the gamification standpoint, you guys, so you're
Are you talking about the games or for the teachers, like the lessons?
talking about the games.
Okay.
Or is one game applicable for?
Well, so the idea is that we'll have games for multiple instruments, and that's going to kind of be on a demand basis from our consumers, and we obviously need to hear from them first. So it'll be, let's say we have a bunch of users that want to learn how to play the guitar, then we'll put more guitar games in. But let's say there's this one that wants to learn trumpet, then we'll do one for that.
I love that you have two revenue streams that you're thinking, the teachers and the students. What if you had to say, though, who's like your core demo that you're trying to market to get them to sign up? Like, who would you say is like, this is who you have to get in order to?
So I think initially the teachers are going to be the most important, just because without the teachers there's no marketplace. There's no point for the students to be there aside from the gamified lessons. So I think the teachers is really what drives that second revenue stream, but obviously the students, I think, just to answer your questions, the students is really what we're targeting because that's our initial revenue stream.
And you're targeting through the adults or through the students?
When we're targeting children, so that we're going to target their parents, and so the parents are going to be the ones paying to use the platform for their children.
Thank you very much.
Judges, how are we doing? While you're wrapping up, I'm going to get the next team teed up. So much anticipation.
Yeah. I think more of it's coming from me now.
The side monitors will come on. There we go. There we go. Next team, our third of 5 finalists. You ready for this? Future Fit. Come on. Okay, it looks like the judges are ready. Your time starts right now.
Okay, hello everyone. We are Future Fit and we are so excited to be here today. Did you know that 1 in 6 children suffer from mental illnesses?
And actually, 1 in 7 children live in a food insecure household.
And only 1 in 4 children exercise daily.
1 in 5 children in America suffer from obesity.
We highlight each of these statistics to show that there needs to be a change. We are that change. At Future Fit, we're working to create holistic wellness programs to help educate kids on how to create and maintain healthy habits. In today's presentation, we're going to focus on these 6 key elements, but before we do that, let's meet the team. My name's Alexa.
My name's Nick.
I'm Jonathan.
Sam.
So, why us? Standing in front of you are 4 individuals who have all faced different aspects of the challenges that I just touched on earlier in the presentation. Each of us has worked very hard to persevere through these challenges, and we hope to help the next generation to do the same. Through research and surveys, we've been able to pinpoint 3 specific pillars that we are using as the foundation of our venture. These 3 pillars are fitness, mental health, and nutrition. You can't have one without the other 2. They all go hand in hand with each other. With each of these pillars, we have a team advisor that corresponds to help us make sure that our programs are sound and scientifically accurate.
So through the years that we've spent in Tucson, we have created a variety of connections with University of Arizona athletes, along with local Tucson elementary schools through Sam and Jonathan's work. We believe that we can use this to our advantage when the team hosts hype sessions. Now you may ask, what are hype sessions? These are going to be our all-inclusive awareness initiative aimed to introduce programs to students, essentially designed to foster excitement and engagement. So by having fun activities, athletes in a high engaging environment, this is going to create a ripple effect with those students. So when they go home, their parents are going to ask, hey son or daughter, how was your day at school today? We hope that they bring up the amazing programs that we're bringing to the schools in the future. Our overall goal is to create change within the lives of children across Arizona, and we believe that we can do that through our 2 programs. Our first program is going to be an after-school care program, which is going to be for 6 weeks, having 1 class per week for 1 hour at a cost of $250. And our summer camp program is going to be for 4 weeks, 3 days a week for 3 hours at a cost of $500. And then looking at our prototype, the team has worked tirelessly on a bunch of lesson plans. The one shown on the screen is a mental health lesson plan which showcases what these students would be doing daily in some of our classes. If you do have any further questions, feel free to ask them in the Q&A.
So we will be generally expecting a ratio of 1 to 8 as far as coaches to kids. Our sales and marketing will rely mostly on our existing relationships in the Tucson community as well as our social media platforms, and then we are also operating a blue solution within a red ocean. So to add to our marketing strategies, we have again our hype sessions. We will be distributing information via the district newsletters and also our socials. So again, these are examples of our social media marketing strategy. We have our barcodes to which you can access the different platforms. We have the blog posts to which parents will have the opportunity to take Future Fit's work home and continue that from their home. And we have our team, our Meet the Team illustrations as well. To scale, we'll be starting in Tucson, and that'll be launching in June of 2024. And then that same summer, we'll expand into the Phoenix market. And by our 5th year of operating, we'll be in the entire state of Arizona. As far as our revenue trends go, also in our 5-year plan, starting in Tucson on a more conservative perspective, we will expect to make just over $700,000. And then a more aggressive approach to this will be in the entire state, to which we'll make over $8 million.
Awesome. So looking at our funding sources and uses, our startup costs are actually $24,000, and we've already started applying for grants towards that and scholarships for kids. And then whatever is not funded through those grants, we will be self-funding. This money will be used to allocate towards our professionals, equipment, and our marketing. Some of our key finance we want to highlight, definitely that we have about 42,000 kids in Tucson, and about 16% of those kids are already in these after-school care programs. And then to price our programs, we completed a willingness to pay survey and conducted a competitive analysis. And then for our key financial metrics, we definitely want to highlight our break even, especially because we are actually profitable when we get 8 kids to sign up for our program. And then for our gross margin, it is about 64% in year 1, which we expect to grow to about 74% by year 5. And then our CLV for after school programs is $375 and summer is $750. And then for our CAC, it is $26 per customer. Looking ahead, we are so excited to launch in June, and we are going to be marketing heavily throughout the summer months, which will lead us to the launch of our after-school program in August and our summer camp program in June. Thank you so much. We are so excited for our launch. Help us pave the way to a fit future.
All right, I guess I'm starting. Why is your program better than the average kind of summer camps or day camps, and how do you measure success?
Yeah, so a couple different avenues we want to highlight. We pride ourselves that we are hiring the best people to give our programs, and our programs are different. It's not just glorified babysitting. We are out striving to make a change in the world. Like, if we can get in every single school across the country, we want to. Like, we want to create change. We want kids to grow up, be strong and healthy, and not live with the problems that we're seeing today.
So you said that with 1 class, 8 students, you're profitable. Can you lay that out for me, the cost and how that works out?
Yeah, so we're also paying our coaches at a premium because, like I said, we are hiring the best people that can translate what we want to say to these kids. So we're going to be paying about $20 to $25 an hour, and then the cost for our summer program, which is $500 an hour. We didn't include our startup costs in our calculation for our break even. Our startup, as in like our, we included our equipment, but not the cost to market, which will allow us to break even because the cost of our equipment is so low and we don't have any overhead or we don't have any facilities to pay for. That allows our coaches, if one coach was to coach 8 kids, 8 times 500, whatever that number is, we'd be profitable because those costs are so low.
40,000.
Thank you.
Because these coaches are working with kids and potentially kids from multiple populations, talk to me about how you're recruiting them, and then also how are you screening these coaches to make sure that, you know, there's safety that exists in your business?
Yeah, of course. So right now, we actually both currently work at elementary school, so we're very familiar with that process. You have to have level 1 fingerprint clearance to work, and we will also back that. I believe it's an $80 fee that we will front for our workers.
And is that included in your cost?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Just how are you getting your startup funds, did you say? Was that?
How are you getting your startup funds?
We are applying for grants for our programs, and whatever's not covered, we will self-fund.
And then one of my biggest concerns is that it's 5 years, I think it was under $1 million in overall revenue. Like, seems such a incredible need right in the country. And so how could you scale this to 10x, right, 20x? I'm just curious as to like what ideas you have, what have you thought of where you could move this faster, bigger?
Yeah, so we've thought of changing our model instead of keeping it all under one entity, being able to franchise it to different entities and territories. That way we can spread our message faster.
So, your proprietary experience, let's call it, is it through the activities or the training, or what would you say, like what makes you number one in 10 years from now?
Yeah, well, I mean, each of us have extensive experience working with after-school care programs, summer camps, and we've been extremely passionate about this, to which we feel that our service is going to really differentiate and give that extra push towards what the future is going to look like for our youth. And again, we're trying to create not just a service that is more of like an after-school care program, but we want to add the mental health, the nutritional aspect, and the physical, which we think is really going to be that much of a positive change and something that's really sustainable.
Fantastic. Yeah. The passion and energy is definitely there.
Oh, thank you.
Great. Any other questions? Yep.
The curriculum that you are implementing in the program, are you looking to protect that curriculum? For one, what's the background of the curriculum? How was it developed, right? Is it based in science? Is it based in, what type of expertise there?
So as I mentioned earlier, we have our 3 mentors that are helping us and advising us on creating our program specifically through their understanding and their backgrounds in schooling and everything on specifically fitness, mental health, and nutrition. Each of them are actually CEOs and have started their own companies in relation to their specific field. So we're working with their research and their knowledge, as well as our knowledge from our willingness to pay survey, as well as our knowledge just as like individuals who work in the community. I'm from Tucson. I've seen it all. I've done it all. And so having all of these resources is really helping us to create and cultivate actual beneficial programs that we actually think will help to make a difference. We have experience ourselves in how we communicate with kids, how we can relate to kids. Our special advisor, Robin, right here, has a child, and we've been able to work with her about how she thinks that things would be best fit for her son and stuff like that. So we're using all of the resources that we possibly can to help make sure that these programs are aligned with not only scientific values, but personal values as well.
Sorry.
We're good.
Have you guys thought through your core demo for the parents as well? Because a lot of times, from a household income perspective, a lot of times people do this for their kid to go and afford it, or they might have a lot of money and they're taking their kids to custom sport.
Yeah, of course. So we definitely talked about like we want to make it available to every student. Like we don't want to have just students that can afford it or just students that parents are interested. We genuinely want every student to go through these lessons, which is why we're starting with our hype sessions, which is like assembly format, which we will be giving for free. And then for our actual programs, we looked into scholarship programs where we're applying for those grants to allow any student that wants to come to our program to be able to join.
Yeah, great job. Yes,
Future
thank you.
fit. Great job. Two teams left to go. Two teams. Judges, are you ready for us to welcome down our next team? Pep Cor, come on down.
Where'd you go? There.
Yeah. Awesome. Pep Cor, you ready? Go. Okay, your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. We are Pep Corp, or Pro Earth Products Corporation. Now here is our team and our amazing mentor, John Sharp, and I'm proud to introduce our first product, the Espresso Tea. Now the Espresso Tea is a groundbreaking, eco-friendly golf tea made from upcycled coffee grounds and biodegradable materials. It aims to revolutionize the golf industry by providing eco-friendly, sustainable alternatives to those conventional teas, blending sustainable practices with sports performance. It not only reduces waste, but it provides a greener approach to golfing essentials. Now, the current current coffee ground process is 2.25 billion cups of coffee are consumed daily, generating 15 million tons of coffee grounds annually, which are burned at landfills, creating greenhouse gases in our atmosphere. Now, our process is going to consist of establishing relationships with those coffee shops, collecting the coffee grounds through our supply chain, and then manufacturing and supplying our espresso tea to golf courses. Now in this video, you can see that our espresso tea is fully submerged in water, which is going to fully biodegrade in 6 hours. Our goal here is to have golf courses turn on their sprinklers at the end of the day, and it's going to interact with our polymer, releasing the coffee grounds and making the soil and grass healthier.
Now, the espresso tea is a groundbreaking tea that bridges the gap between a high-performance frictionless golf tee with the structural integrity of a plastic golf tee, while still being sustainable and biodegradable to keep courses clean and increase brand reputation of courses, while all having a competitive price of 5.82 cents per golf tee. Now, why is the golf industry our place? Well, the golf industry is very eco-driven and always making new regulation to make golf courses cleaner and more sustainable. And 1.5 billion golf tees are sold annually every year, and it is a very low-risk product. If a golf tee breaks, well, it's meant to break.
So what does the current market for this product look like? So currently there are around 15,000 golf courses within the U.S., with Arizona having the 18th highest amount with 370. And we believe that we can attain a conservative estimate of 185 to 278 golf courses within that market, which can cash flow us from anywhere from 96,000 to 150,000 a month.
Why do we believe we're successful? Well, 120,000 golf tees are purchased annually from each course
every year. We've already spoken to 50 golf directors, and they want it. Now we're also testing with Omni Golf Course and golf pros as well to test out the product and have our first PO hopefully soon.
All right, so as far as the capital required for this project, mostly our costs are going to be going into our operational expenses, our inventory for the first year, as well as some of the manufacturing equipment associated with carrying out some of these demand requirements. So we're going to need about $102,000, which we will mostly raise through bootstrapping, leveraging our family and friends, as well as applying for SBA loans once we get a little bit more financially eligible. And then our path to profitability, let me draw it out a little bit more for you guys. Within our first year in our launch, we are going to just be staying primarily in Arizona and hoping to break even at around $19,000, which is about 34 golf courses that we're in contact with. Year two, we'll open in our B2C channels where the tees will be open to the public, and we'll continue to expand within Arizona. After that, we will lease some industrial real estate as well to increase our operational capabilities, while also taking up a few extra sales representatives to help move the product. And then we'll move into other states like California and Texas before eventually trying to get some outbound licensing or get acquired by some larger golf brands. And then this is just a basic profit and loss statement of the next 5 years. Our EBITDA margin, it remains quite consistent for the most part, but we think we can also raise it within the following years if we become more operationally efficient.
Awesome, thank you, Jack. As for our advertising exposure, we want our tees to be placed in golf shows and tournaments such as the PGA Show and the GCAAs. We'll also be using traditional print advertising such as magazines and hope to be featured in links in Golfer's Digest. Alongside this will be social media marketing campaigns, influencing campaigns, and emailing campaigns. As for our strategy, we'll first create a supply chain. We'll do this by offering specialized bins to each of the coffee shops to collect the coffee grounds. With this, we can then mix and manufacture our product through injection molding and then create a sales and ambassador program. With this backing, we'll be able to create strategic partnerships with companies such as Callaway so that they can then advertise our product in the golfing community. With this comes expansion. We plan on growing to the market share of 13.5% into other states as well. Thank you so much for listening, and let's drive for a greener tomorrow.
Who next? Go ahead.
That's very fun. Question for you guys. So you said you're targeting golf courses right now. Something's wrong. What is the percentage that's sold through retail versus golf courses? And are you thinking it's just a niche? Let's just start with golf courses, or how are you guys kind of approaching that?
Yeah, so as we saw, or as we said earlier, there's 1.5 billion tees sold per year. That's not including what is being sold to the golf courses. However, we allocated 120,000 per course per year, which is around 10,000 tees a month, which is a huge market. I mean, there's 15,500 courses just within the U.S., and if we're able to scratch that market presence, then we're going to be profitable going on to the continuing years.
Good job, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm an avid golfer since I was 10, and this is awesome. But I'm wondering how much of a premium are these golf courses going to pay for something like this?
Yeah. So for our pricing. Right now they're currently purchasing wood and plastic tees for around 4 cents per unit. We're going to sell it at a premium just because of the jobs to be done pricing strategy. It provides a lot of different benefits to the course, such as cleaning up the course. It will release the coffee grounds into the soil, enriching the soil and the grass. And it's not going to break their bank. For a package of 10,000, ours is going to run $582, whereas they're going to be spending $400 for those plastic and wood tees, which they're already going to have to go pick up themselves. Like, it's going to lower their labor costs as well, which is a huge benefit.
And we talked a little bit about this previously, but the adjacent products, I mean, once you get the supply chain set up of collecting the coffee grounds, it seems like it would be really interesting to leverage this as a gateway to other product types. Just curious as to other product types you've thought of, research in terms of plastic replacements.
Yeah, as we spoke earlier out in the auditorium there, our main idea was going towards the coffee stirrers or those little stoppers you see at Starbucks. So those are plastic, and I think it would be a really cool idea to have our coffee grounds sourced from the Starbucks and then selling a product directly back to them, providing them more value. However, with our current polymer, we aren't going to be able to use it just because the water solubility of it, but we'll have to make adjustments to be getting into that specific industry.
A couple of questions. So I see what you're selling the teas for, and how much did it cost to make a tea?
So it costs around 2.91 cents per tea, and that's allocating rent we'll have to spend on space to run our injection molding equipment, as well as the cost of the injection molding equipment. And then our only material costs are going to be sourced through our polymer, which is running about $7.50 per pound. And so yeah, from all of those costs and the amount that we're going to be able to produce, we could possibly, we're going to have a cost per unit of 2.91 cents.
Okay. And they're currently paying 4 cents
per tea, yes.
Per tea. So why price it at a premium?
We're pricing it at a premium because just the other benefits I was saying earlier. We are going to have, a lot of different benefits towards the course, and that's why we're structuring our whole process on selling it in large quantities to these courses, and this product will directly benefit them. Cleaning up the course, providing coffee grounds into the soil, as well as, it's not going to break their bank.
Any considerations of any type of additives to make that value proposition even stronger for the golf course?
Yeah, so actually, if you could go back to that slide, so we're going to structure our product purchases in a contract for a full year. And if they are going to be a loyal customer and continue with us that following year, we're going to drop our price by half a cent, which is $50 for that total package of 10,000.
I think just my only other question would be that I think there's a lot of consumers out there who golf that probably are eco-conscious. And so is there any thoughts or ideas that consumers could actually purchase these instead of their own teas?
Yeah, we're actually working towards taking our business to B2C. And would you want to touch more on that?
Yeah, sure. Because we are kind of unveiling that in year 2, we kind of want to get established at first with the golf managers, because we think there's a really good market that we can break into right there, because a lot of them don't even understand there's a sustainable option out there. A lot of them are like, what's the problem with wood? Isn't it biodegradable? So we think it's a great opportunity to break in, and then once we get a little bit of traction with that, then we start providing them to consumers, maybe in packs of 10 or 100 or something, but price it strategically so managers, they're still making a good deal with us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys.
Clearly going to be using her own golf course.
Thanks, guys. Okay, we've selected one more team for the finals, and I'll get that team teed up while judges are finishing.
Unintended.
Oh yeah, that was a good one, wasn't it? The tension in the room. We'll give judges 15 more seconds while we let the tension build even more.
take a quick break.
All right, the last team that we're going to invite down to compete for the finals round is Team Parrot. Team Parrot. Parrot, if you're ready, your time starts right now.
All right, welcome. We are Team Parrot. My name is Blake Martin, and this is our team. We have expertise in coding, marketing, and product management. The problem we found is that people have great app ideas, but they can't make them. We talked to GCEC, which is a group of entrepreneurship centers across the nation, just like the McGuire Center. We talked to NVD teams and surveyed about 100 people, and we found the same problem. People that lack coding experience don't even know where to start to make an app. They go to Google, do a quick search, and are discouraged by how hard no-code platforms are to learn. They still use technical jargon and require people to know a little bit about coding to make their app. That's why we developed Parrot. Parrot is the Wix for app development. We allow non-technical founders to turn their dreams into a reality.
So this is the product right here, Parrot.zip. It is the easiest drag and drop app builder out there. So you enter some information about your app, you can choose a template, and then the next screen you can start customizing your app. So you can change the colors, you can change different components in the app, and then right away you can get it running on your phone, or you can upload it to the App Store really quick without having to code. So we can build this because we have expertise on our team with software development. Every single line of code in this product was written by us. So we can build it, we have a working prototype, so there's no surprises in the development aspect of it. So to promote this, we are planning on creating short form content on social media to target business people with app ideas who maybe aren't technical or don't have the ability to actually build their apps. So we're going to target them with short form content. And we can do this because our team, we have experience with building large audiences on social media. Blake here has 200,000 followers on Instagram, and I have 10 million on YouTube.
And another aspect of our marketing campaign will be with collaborations, and we have contacts both at Wix and GCEC. They really like our branding, they really like our idea, and they want to discuss partnerships later down the road promoting our products. And also how will we be making money? And we'll be operating with a freemium revenue model, which means you can go onto our platform, you can mess around, you can learn and to build your app. And then if you're confident in your app, you can go into our paid subscription where we have a personal, business, and enterprise levels of our plan, with increasing levels of support as you go down.
So yeah, we'll jump into a couple of our key metrics here. So the first one is our startup costs. We estimate these to be around $75,000. We want that money to be able to hire a developer to fix some features on the platform before we fully launch, as well as initial marketing push to get some eyeballs on our social channels. We also assume a customer acquisition cost around $25 a user. This is the lower end of our industry examples, but we do think that our short form media content will lower that average. We also expect a lifetime value of around $150 and a churn rate between 3 and 5%. We hope to be on the lower end of that range because of our freemium model, which allows you to try it before you buy it, so users will churn less. Let's take a look at how we scale. So the beauty of being a technology company is we scale infinitely. If we need more users on our platform, we can market with 2 marketing geniuses and use our low cost of acquisition to get them on the platform. And if they need cloud compute, we can buy it and deploy it within the minute. So we believe that using our marketing geniuses, we will be profitable at the 18-month point. So you've looked at our projections and our key metrics. Let's take a look at our sensitivity analysis. So the main factors that we're worried about are our ability to get the startup costs that we need, as well as our growth rate once we have that money and our platform's fully deployed. So our market is huge and growing. We currently have near $1 billion in market value in the no-code drag and drop space, and that's growing 15% compounding annually. So we really think that there's a big pond here, so let's take a look at some of the fish.
So looking at some of our competitors, we found through validation and research that Parrot really excels in a few main categories. Parrot is easy to learn, has very simple, low technical language, and that it is free to build. Also, getting an idea and then onto your phone with our development time is around 5 to 10 minutes with our templates. Also, that competitive pricing makes the platform much more friendly. And also, a large part of our company is that our prototype is currently live. You can go on parrot.zip. We'd love for you guys to check it out, and we'd love to hear what you guys are building. I'd like to thank everybody for taking some time to learn about Parrot today, and I'd like to open the floor up to any questions.
Okay, so I'm wondering about like the feature set, and the deployment, do you go through the iOS store? Like, are they deploying and getting it approved through iOS and Android themselves, or is it your, like, the terms and conditions before you throw an app on?
Yeah, so right now when you use Parrot and you export your app, it'll just give you the files, and you would take those files and you would upload them to the App Store yourself. So we're gonna write like documentation on it, it would give you the step-by-steps to put it up on the App Store, eventually for ease of use, and when we open it up to more people, we'd want them to be able to upload the app from our site to the App Store. But in terms of like ownership, people who build apps on our site, they would own the entire app.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So how complex of an app can I build on Parrot?
So just like Wix or Shopify, when you go to a website builder, they have pre-made templates, and you are constrained by the features on there. We are targeting people who want simpler apps. So for example, you want to create a loyalty program for your small business. Or Do-Re-Mi, for example, they want to create a marketplace that matches musicians with teachers. We can create all that. But if you want to create the next Clash of Clans, you won't be able to on our app.
What is your kind of sales and distribution plan, and how you plan to get this out there?
So like we said, our first primary marketing strategy is to create short form content on Instagram and YouTube. There have been, we've seen strategies similar to our app that have blown up on these platforms. And like we said, with our experience, we know how to copy that strategy. This at least allows us to make free organic content. We will also run paid ads on these platforms. And lastly, through our collaborations, we intend to go into programs like NVD and offer this platform for students that are in this room, that if they want to launch after college, they can pay and upgrade to our subscription plan, and we'll take care of the hosting for them. But they can at least build an app and prove it to investors like yourselves with our platform.
This is going to be part of my question. So if let's say you build the app, then they have to stay with the subscription process. Like they can't just, oh, it's built, and then it's not going to, how do you keep that revenue stream going?
So the App Store and the Google Play Store update their requirements every single year. So you have to keep your app fresh. You have to abide by their rules and policies, and we'll take care of that for you. I mean, you could export the code and just say you're going to take care of it on your own, but with our target market being non-technical founders, they're not going to know how to update the code themselves. So that's why we take care of it and we'll host it for them.
Got it. And then any research that you guys have done on, or any concerns about consumers not wanting multiple apps, kind of where that is going long term, or?
Are you talking about like competitors or like multiple platforms to build on?
Yeah, just consumers in general. It's like, I feel like they don't want to have multiple, downloading like multiple apps anymore because they want stuff that's just fewer integrated. And so like your audience is to build people who, I have a business and I want to build an app, or or I'm just going to start my business and I want to build an app. I really like it. I'm just curious, like, from a consumer standpoint.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I mean, I was doing a lot of the competitor analysis, and there's a lot of companies out there. It was a lot to sift through and be like, okay, how can we stand out in this market, right? There was so many competitors, and you can kind of get overwhelmed if you look up app builder on the internet, right? And that's another thing too. It's like there's so many apps. It's like how do you make yourself stand out? And we've said that simple user interface is not going to make you so overwhelmed, right? If you're a business owner and you want to get something out to your customers very quickly and not be overwhelmed by everything else, this will really help you just really hone down on like creating business value by just having that super simple user interface to create that value.
And I have one more question. Is there an opportunity here here, I feel like as a consumer, I might go on here and build something that I think is cool now, but have lots of interest in making it bigger or better or more functionality. Is there an ability to build a pipeline of consumers that might want development help and to be matched? Just thinking outside of like how can we keep people longer and have additional revenue?
Yeah, so I think later on our roadmap, we want to build out a feature shop where we have developers on our platform developing widgets and plugins that you're able to put into your app, and then they get a fee if you host with their plugin. So the goal is that later on, we build more of that marketplace, and we take fees off the sellers, and we also take fees off the buyers, so you're able to develop that app further, and we're facilitating that, on top of the hosting that we're already charging for to keep the app live.
That's good. Thank you so much.
So we're going to give judges maybe a minute to take their final notes for Team Parrot. And then we're going to invite John Sharp down. John will escort these judges outside to deliberate. And at the same time, we're going to ask our CSR judges to come down, and Ted will introduce them in just a second. Let me set the stage for what we're going to do now. So the preliminary judges are out there evaluating who's going to win first, second, third, and runner-up prizes. While that's going on, most of you know that we have 5 honor students embedded into the new venture development program. And what we've asked those honor students to do this year as part of the honors course is to really dive into their corporate social responsibility plan for their venture. Okay, so they're going to come up and pitch for 2.5 minutes. Judges will have 1.5 minutes to ask questions. And I'll just bring them up one by one and tee up their slides. And our timer, I think, is left for the day, so I will also do the timing.
No, you can't leave for the day. We have our timer.
Oh, we have our timer. Oh. Timer, are you ready?
I thought we were done.
Okay.
Not for me, not for me.
It's 2.5.
Thank you, timer.
Yeah.
We appreciate it.
Yeah. I appreciate you as well.
All right, Marcos, we're going to invite you up first. Where's Marcos? We're going to invite you up first.
5 minutes, right?
5 minutes. Oh, sorry. Yes, we do.
Wait, what's that? Where are you?
Hang on. We're going to get our act together here.
Okay. There we are. Is it, you need 2.5?
Okay. For those of you that are still here, we have 3 new judges. One is from the morning session. So thank you, judges, for hearing what these students have to say. So I'd like to introduce them. We have Liz Pocock. She is the CEO of Startup Tucson. For those of you that don't know, Startup Tucson is here in the community and helps startup businesses figure it out. So Liz leads that organization and helps people figure it out. And then Caroline Nelson, she is the COO of the Community Investment Corporation, and they help startups find non-traditional sources of capital. So thank you, Caroline. And finally, we have Jessica Suskin.
Yes.
I just know her name is Jessica. I never called her by her last name because we work together. Jessica is the executive director of Tucson Young Professionals, and they help young professionals from ages 21 to 45 years old be professional. So I'm sure they do more. So thank you guys for being here. You have the job of selecting one of these individuals, and they will receive the Social Impact Award. So thank you for your time, and we shall get going.
All right, we're going to invite Marcos up. Marcos represents Team Bullseye. He'll be talking about the corporate social responsibility plan for Team Bullseye. What we've asked judges to do is evaluate on 3 very simple criteria. The first is how well researched the CSR plan is. The second is how integrated that plan is into the venture. And the third is kind of the strength or significance of the impact that CSR plan will have. Okay, Marcos, I'm going to get you ready. Why don't you take the clicker?
Oh, thank you.
Make sure it can click for you.
It does.
And when you're ready, you have 2.5 minutes.
Hello everyone, my name is Marcus and I represent Bullseye Energy, a company passionate about advocating for a healthy lifestyle and well-being. Many people struggle to find the motivation and resources to prioritize their health in the middle of busy schedules and daily challenges. Therefore, we have come up with a comprehensive CSR plan that not only promotes a healthier lifestyle, but encourages charities contributions and provides education on healthy caffeine consumption. To kickstart our initiative, we will sponsor local running events such as that support charity contributions. And in these events, we will set up informational booths to educate people on healthy caffeine consumption and other supplements. We will provide information, resources, and interactive activities to empower participants with knowledge for long-term well-being. Additionally, we will make in-kind donations of our caffeinated gum and merch to foster a sense of community and belonging while promoting a healthy lifestyle. Our CSR plan stands out by enhancing the event atmosphere with resources that provide clean energy and mental focus. Our sugar-free, calorie-free caffeinated gum provides the energy boost needed without compromising the health and well-being of the participants that take it. As we continue educating people, our path to scalability becomes clear. Within the first 6 months, we plan to sponsor small local running events such as 5K, 10Ks, and half marathons. And within the first 2 years, we plan to expand by sponsoring the biggest running events in Arizona and explore other opportunities outside of state. By the 4th year, our vision is to organize the first Bullseye Energy Marathon as a charitable event to further amplify our impact and reach. Finally, we will measure our CSR impact by tracking these key metrics such as participant engagement, the adoption of lifestyle practices among the event participants, cognitive improvements, knowledge gain, and thank you.
Hello, okay, here we go. So can you tell me why running events? So why was running a particular area that you're choosing to focus on?
We think that with the main solution that we're coming up, I think there's a lot of people that are not practicing a healthy lifestyle, and there's an obesity problem that we have in the United States. So I think that fostering this sense of community will help push more people to jump into adopting this lifestyle. And I think running will be a better way to introduce people in a more smoothly way.
How are you going to select the charities that benefit from the money that you're raising through your events?
I have currently done secondary research to big charities that have credibility and have made impact for themselves. Currently, I have chosen 3, which are St. Jude, Make-A-Wish, and Bob Environment Foundation.
You mentioned setting up booths to educate the community. Will this be integrated into all of your marketing or events that you put on, or is this a specific segment?
Initially, we were planning on integrated with the running events, but in the future, the plan is to make it as part of everything that we're doing, trying to educate people at any time, and it's something that anyone can come and ask for us to educate them.
Thank you.
We're going to invite Courtney up to talk about Hessia Collective and its social responsibility plan. Judges, are you ready? Okay, Courtney, your time starts now.
All right, hello everyone, welcome. My name is Courtney Aerosmith, and this is Hessia Collective's Corporate Social Responsibility Plan. So as a quick reminder, Hessia Collective is creating cost-efficient, community-centered housing for young professionals moving to new cities to help develop community and create relationships. Throughout this presentation, I'll be using the Business for Societal Impact framework. For those of you who aren't familiar with it, this is a framework that helps measure social impact based on 3 dimensions, which are input, output, and impacts achieved. For Hessia Collective, we chose to focus on 2 specific goals, which are volunteer work and then improving mental health and decreasing loneliness. So first, looking at volunteer work, we have inputs, which includes the time that it takes to plan the events, as well as the pay that it takes to pay the employees who are planning them. And there's also the cash contribution that goes in the form of materials and supplies. For the outputs, there's the hours spent volunteering, the number of organizations that benefit from the volunteer work, and the number of volunteers, which we can track over time. And finally, for impacts, we have community impacts, that the volunteer work is doing good stuff in the community. Also, maybe more importantly for us, for the individuals themselves, doing volunteer work is good for you to build relationships and improve mental health. And finally, for Hessia, this helps us build a greater brand and awareness around that. And finally, moving to reducing loneliness and improving mental health. This is really the heart of Hessia. This is what we are here for. And this comes in a few dimensions. So inputs, there's the cash. This is from companies who are paying the fee, and also from the social event subscription that individuals are paying to partake in our social events, as well as the time to measure this specifically. For the outputs, it's the social events that are actually happening in the community. And then finally, the business output, which is how we're measuring mental health and the reduction in loneliness. So that is what we're using the UCLA Loneliness Scale to do. And finally, the impacts, we're helping people connect to each other and create a better sense of well-being and improved quality of life overall by improving mental health and reducing loneliness. Thank you, and I'm now open to questions.
Thank you. So organizing group volunteer efforts is sometimes a little harder than you anticipate it might be. So how are you gonna get the buy-in from your community so that you're connecting to a mission that is important enough to them that they do give their time, their volunteer work?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. So I think for us, one thing that we do in Hessia is host many different social events, and the volunteer work will be just one of those. So it's a way for people to get involved. Also, many companies actually pay for their employees to do at least one day of volunteer work a year, if not more. So that's something we can piggyback off of companies are already paying them to do it. It's like, hey, sign up with us and do it with your friends. And then they can help choose organizations that they care about and work on that in a community. I think at the start, this will be from a sense of we're going to pick an organization that a lot of people would probably be willing to help at, and then over time, once they build smaller community groups, they could pick organizations they want to do in the future as well.
Great, so following up on what you just said, have you thought about what types of volunteer projects that you would do?
Yeah, I think to start off, anything from a community cleanup to working at a local homeless shelter, things like that, that are more general, more broad, that really people aren't going to be against. Would be a great way to start to get buy-in from people and to get involved in that. And it's a way to get people involved in their community. Part of this is making sure people can get involved in their community and get off the sidelines and really get involved.
Thank you.
Great. Caroline, thank you very much. Caroline, if she has a We're going to invite Kieran down to come and talk about Ponderosa. Judges are ready? Or do you want to?
Oh, yeah, probably need that.
Okay, Kieran, your time starts now.
Okay, so of course, as you all know, I'm Kieran Huffman, and I'm here with Ponderosa for Evergreen Luggage. So the idea which we have come up with for our CSR plan is a product return program wherein through a lifetime warranty, customers can essentially get their suitcase repaired if they need to, if anything breaks through the use of interchangeable parts, or if it is just completely broken, then they can get it entirely replaced for free. And so as far as the budget for this plan goes, it's going to cost us $40,000 in year 5. It's going to be about 2% of unit sales with an average about $50 per repair. And of course, depending on where people are located, it's going to vary how much it costs to ship parts out to them for repairs. And also, depending on how much people are making use of it, that's also going to impact the amount of budgeting we have to allocate to it. So for some trade-offs of this program, some positive things are that this really, I feel, fits with our brand image of recycling as opposed to going with throwaway culture. It's also going to build customer loyalty and trust because people buying our products will know that if something goes awry, they can always, ask for a replacement part for whatever happened instead of having to worry about buying another one or, warranties that aren't really fully covering them, etc. And some negative trade-offs include just, of course, the additional cost of this, most obviously perhaps. The logistics also just mailing things out to everyone. And lastly, the oversight of doing so as well and making sure that people are, requesting things that are really broken. It isn't just because they took a hammer to their suitcase or anything like that. For fundraising implications, of course, it will be a little bit unpredictable if people are making more use of it than we expect, or perhaps even less. We also have to ensure that our products are in fact durable, which of course we're planning regardless, just so that we don't have to spend too much money on this if necessary. And also, I think we should budget the money beforehand, just so that we anticipate it instead of, all of a sudden finding ourselves with no money to pay for this. And for scheduling, we'll be starting this around month 6 or 7, which is of course just when we're starting our manufacturing in general. There will be small initial demand, but of course it'll vary with unit sales and go up from there as our unit sales increase. And that is all I have. I am now open to any questions that you may have.
Okay, great. So the concept is that if something breaks on the suitcase, they say, hey, the handle broke, and you send them the handle, and they replace it themselves? Is that how it works?
Yeah, that's correct. Initially, we were thinking about having them send back the suitcase for repairs, but going along with our sustainability aspect, that would involve, more shipping costs of them driving to the post office and having to ship it back. So I figured it'd be simpler just to make the parts interchangeable, easily replaceable by the average customer, so that we can have it simpler like that.
So that in the manufacturing, this will be like part of what's integrated into thinking about like the handle would be a replaceable part versus if they damage like a hole in the middle of the outside, they have to send that back. Like you're thinking about it sort of in pieces.
Yeah, and then if it's like something that's no more integral to the suitcase that can't be changed out as easily, and it's a big thing that happened that wasn't their fault, then at that point we just send them a replacement suitcase free of charge.
Great, thank you.
Do you have an idea of how often parts break on suitcases?
I don't have an idea for suitcases specifically, but when I was coming up with the numbers of this, I was looking at other companies that do, consumer products that have repair programs similar to this. For example, Patagonia was one I looked at. And so I looked into basically, it was a little hard to find all the information, but I was able to find some good numbers for Patagonia in 2013, the number of products that were sent back. And then from there, I just did some math on my own and compared that to their unit sales for 2013, just to estimate an idea of, that's where I got the 2% of products that would be doing that with them. And also this is the pricing as well with that. Kira, great job.
Austin has been busy today because he's the single founder for Float On. So we'll give him a little bit of grace as soon as the judges are ready. Judges ready?
Ready.
Okay, Austin, you have 2.5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Austin Chester. My company is Float On, an all-in-one floating experience. So, probably asking, what is floating? Floating is essentially you jumping into a pod, sealing it up, and then you're sealed out from the outside world. There's no light, sound, and you're laying there in some very salty water, and you're left to your thoughts. And it's something that's very beneficial for the mind. And that's huge because right now, we're experiencing the highest suicide rates that we've seen since World War II in the United States. And according to the American Mental Health Institute, approximately 71% of workers, if you were to ask anybody who works, are probably unhappy about something at their job and it's impacting their overall mental health. So what I want to do with my company is I want to be able to focus on the industries that are impacted most heavily by mental health, so like EMTs, nurses, police officers, people who are dealing with heavy stuff all day long. They have a hard time reconnecting once they get back home. And by providing them with an all-in-one float tank or the ability to go to a float center for free, it would hopefully provide some benefits to them in the sense that they'll be able to sort of get back to themselves. So how I'm going to do that is I will provide a physical location or the actual tank itself to anybody who falls under the certain purviews or jobs that I'm looking at. We'll be looking to raise the overall awareness of the both physical and mental benefits of floating in float tanks. And it's really important because I think community engagement and being able to help those that help others is super important. And as far as being able to fund this goes, I'm looking at most of it being either out of pocket or via donations from other companies and things like that. But the biggest thing is certain insurance coverage plans, like under Blue Cross Blue Shield, they cover massage therapy, and most companies that will cover massage therapy or plans that will cover massage therapy will also cover some forms of float therapy, depending on the way the paperwork that float business, the way they filed it, essentially. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
So you're planning to target individuals with high-stress jobs.
Yes.
Do you plan to stay in contact with them and monitor potential changes in their mental health over time?
Yes, absolutely. That's one of the ways that I'm going to keep track of how successful the program is keeping in contact with the individuals who want to stay in contact, and I guess just have it like how I've done it before, because I've also consulted in the float tank industry. You kind of just have a one-on-one conversation with them about how their experience has been or how it's benefited them, and sort of just take notes about that, and gauging based on their personal experiences will probably be the best way for me to gauge whether or not it's really benefiting.
So are you offering them to use the float tank once, or is it like a program where they can utilize it multiple times? And is there a difference in results if you do it like as a one-off or as like a regular practice?
Yes, that's a great question. So if I'm just offering them the physical product for free, it'll just come to them and they can use it however many times they want, just like the product would normally be used. But if I'm going through a float center, then I will probably have to limit it to a certain number. I definitely want to allow multiple sessions, because multiple sessions, it's been medically, like there are medical studies out about how beneficial doing multiple sessions within certain periods of time are, especially for like generalized anxiety disorder and eating disorders, addiction, depression, all sorts of different things that we could help with.
Okay, thank you.
And Utsav, you know you're coming down next. Where are you? There you are. Utsav's going to come down and talk about the corporate social impact plan for Swap Shop.
Woo!
Judges, if you're ready, Utsav, you have 2.5 minutes.
So hello, my name is Utsav Kataria, and today I'll be presenting the corporate social responsibility plan for Swap Shop. And just reiterating our how might we statement, we plan to reuse unwanted college necessities such as plants as a decor, and what our goal is to extend product lifespan, reduce waste generation, promote a circular economy, and minimize carbon footprint. So what we plan on doing is just have a donation camp in Tucson, because between 2019 and 2020, the unsheltered homelessness in Tucson increased by 300%, which is a really, really big number. And looking at the homeless count in Tucson for the past few years, we can see the number lies at more than 2,000 right now. And this is pretty high as compared to other cities in the country. So we should be trying to focus on the Tucson area, because that is where we plan to start our business in, and this is where the problem lies. And looking at the considerations, we plan on having a donation camp because we'll be receiving a lot of appliances at the end of the year. We don't know what products will be in high inventory, what products will be low. So what we can do is just donate the items which are in high inventory, and that will help us contribute directly as well as manage the low costs and have a direct community impact. While this solution is not perfect, there are certain negatives related to it, such as the quality control. We do not know, if we have a microwave which was donated to us 5 months earlier, we do not know what state it is going to be in right now, and we do not know what is needed by the homeless people and what we have in our inventory. But at the same time, there are certain aspects which are really positive, such as the brand image and community engagement. And at the same time, it is really scalable, because in the future, we plan on expanding it to other locations as well. We plan on putting $5,000 into it, and we plan on having semi-annual donation drives. And one of the biggest impacts it is going to have is our brand reputation and corporate image. If people see that Swap Shop hosted a donation drive and they're donating to it, then it will help increase the awareness of our company. And at the same time, I feel that a lot of people, they won't be able to sell items to them, such as we don't accept personal items, but they can completely donate the items to free for us at the end of the year. So that was my presentation, and now I would open the stage. So there's an organization in Tucson called Z Mansion, and I have connections directly related to them, and they help the homeless people in Tucson. So that is a place which we have direct contacts in, and they know all the things which they need.
So can you describe a little bit, based on your research, how much of the products that you are taking in overlap with what the homeless actually need? So like a microwave.
Sure.
If you're thinking about a homeless encampment, is that something that is going to be used there? Can you talk a little more about that?
So what we can do is, like, for products such as microwaves and refrigerators, we can donate them to places such as Z Mansion, which can be used by them indirectly in helping the homeless people. And there are a lot of products which we cannot take for reselling them, such as personal appliances, and people are willing to just donate to us for free. So what we can do is just take the donations and give it to the homeless people.
Have you looked into like housing programs for homeless that might need any of those appliances, or are you just focusing on house programs?
Currently, I just know about Z Mansion. That is the place where I've talked to, but I'm pretty sure that there are housing areas which would be happy to accept donations.
Good job. Thank you very much. We are going to ask our CSR judges to follow Ted to deliberate outside. We're going to invite our finals judges to come back in when they're ready. And we're going to ask the audience to bear with us for about 3 minutes while we reset. before we do that, because Matt's been with us both morning and afternoon, we've asked him to share some of the reflections that from the judges' deliberations from preliminary round and the final round. So before we announce the awards, we're going to let Matt share some of the judges' thoughts with us. Matt.
Yes, all right. Well, first of all, great presentations. The judges all thought, and even the prep that we got in advance, the websites, the commercials, presentations, it was truly hard to choose the top 5 to make it into the finals. In fact, we were trying to argue to get a 6th in. So it was very difficult to do it. And I just want to share with everybody, I went through the program. My team did not win the competition. I did not end up going on to build that business. I did end up going on to start a business shortly thereafter, and 3 years later sold it to Amazon for a 10x return to investors. So you have every opportunity in life to go take your lessons from here and go deploy them however you want in the real world. And along those lines, I do want to share just personally that starting a business, raising capital is as much an art as it is a science. And I think you can see that in the top 5 teams that presented today in terms of the rigor by which the problem has been thought through, the presentations, the practice, the level of prep, in addition to some of the raw data, right, that kind of made the business case. So I just want to share that. Other feedback was that the businesses were all built around passion points for you as the consumer, the students, the purveyor of the business. And I think that speaks really loudly to both this program as well as every one of you who's in it. The passion that you have for these is usually how great businesses are built. So that came out really strongly. Other feedback from judges, really interesting business ideas, great focus on how to make kind of people better, the planet better. There's probably more businesses actually this year that I've seen that were more thoughtful around sustainability, the environment, impact to mental health, right? A whole variety of different benefits to society, which is a huge gain, I think, in where we can take and make an impact as a group. Let's see, some teams were able to make really strong cases, had strong research, had a prototype in some cases, and generally those are the teams that you saw in the top 5, right? So as you think about the efforts put forth, I think there was as much reward given to those that had kind of put in the time, that had really strong answers to questions, and that came through. Reminder about kind of resilience and grit, this is one of the comments that I know Dean had made earlier, which is that he sees scrappiness and he sees grit, he sees the resilience of those that presented, those that are the students here, and that goes a long way. My first company that I sold for 10x, it would not have succeeded if I had not lived through some very painful times, and including my entire advisory board at the time telling me to shut the company down. So this program, I think, does a lot, and you can see that in the presentations. You can see that in your eyes and the students that are here. Perhaps one of the most important lessons to take away, you don't have to win the competition to become a great entrepreneur and to become a great leader. And then lastly, everyone who judged today has a wealth of knowledge. One of the biggest challenges with this program is we had, 10-ish judges across the morning and afternoon. We don't get a chance to sit down with all of you now and give you a debrief. I wish that we did. And so I certainly am available after the session. All the judges have offered up, hey, if you want to reach out, feel free to reach out for feedback. If you're going to go start these businesses, I highly recommend you take us up on that offer. And on that note, I am also connected to a number of other startups in the kind of Northwest ecosystem. If any of you are very much looking to be a part of a startup, reach out to me. I'm starting a new company, literally just got the funding last week. So I'll be bringing in at least one person to intern and kind of mentor. But I have a network of others. And so if this is something for you, definitely reach out to me and reach out to the other judges for feedback. All right, so and my contact information is mw@pro.com. Pretty easy to remember, so you can easily reach out to me there. All right, that's all that I had as far as feedback from the judges.
Great. All right, thank you very much. All right, so we're going to reset the room a little bit. I'm going to ask Jackie and John to come over here. So if and when your name is called, you're going to come down, take a picture with your team, take a picture with your mentor. So mentors, come down if you can. And then, if you can, Kristen will have you come down here as well, so take a picture with Kristen and I as well. All right? So you do at least those three pictures when I call your name. The first team that I want to invite to come down is one of our runners-up, and this is Do Re Mi. Do Re Mi. Photographers, if you trip and break your neck, then... Okay, then Chris and I will squeeze in and take a picture with you as well. Great job, guys. Thank you. All right, the next runner-up, Team Future Fit. Come on down. The checks, Jackie needs the checks back. We only have 3 checks.
You're going to receive negotiable.
You'll have real money later. All right, we're going to announce the 3rd place here in just a second, but once we do that, we'll actually reset the room again real quick to announce the Social Impact Prize and the 2nd and 1st place. But for 3rd place, let's welcome down Team Parrot. Come on down. And then Chris and I will squeeze in. How's it going? Yeah, so we'll erase the checks. Okay, because we only have 3 checks, we're going to take just a couple minutes to erase those checks to get them ready for the next one.
Love the honesty.
You know, times are tough. Times are tough.
There's no budget for checks. That's right. That's right. It's okay.
Most of the time.
Okay, while we're resetting, Jessica, I believe, was going to share. Jessica was going to share some thoughts about the CSR pitches that we just had. So, Jessica, come on down. Let's welcome Jessica down while she's walking.
Thank you.
corporate social responsibility plans, but we felt like there was one of you that was really thoughtful about the way that you integrated it into your venture as a whole. So we would like to award the social,
Here we go.
get a check and everything. We would like to award the Social Impact Prize to Courtney of Hessia I work with young professionals and we do a lot of work trying to create service projects, and I agree with you that it will help you build community, and I think you'll feed yourself in your program. It's a really great idea.
Okay, one more. Great. All right. Now this is going to be a little bit weird. Let's keep clapping for Bullseye. Okay, one more. Oh, you get the answer. Of course. Okay, I apologize for stealing my own thunder. But Pep Cor, come on down.
Stand aside while you do that. Wait, Mike. Let's go golfing, baby! I'll turn it back to John here in just a second.
Okay, just a reminder, we have a big networking session out in the atrium right after we're done here. Before I hand over to John, I think the most important thing I want to say is just congratulations to all of the student teams. Fantastic job this year. We're all proud of you, and we look forward to seeing where your futures take you. Good luck.
Thank you, Mike.
Let's give a big thanks to our instructors, Mike and Tristan. Let's hear it for our advisor team. And let's hear it for all of our partners, all the judges and campus partners. I do want to make one announcement before we break. Next Wednesday in Phoenix is Bear Down and Pitch. It is at the Museum of the West in Scottsdale, and it starts at 5 o'clock. Food, drinks, 7 teams are coming there to pitch for like 15,000 prizes. All right, then? Yeah. So if you are in the Phoenix area, please, and you would like to come next Wednesday, we'd love to have you. We're really excited about this event. It is sponsored by Stevie Eller and her foundation, which is great. And let's have a big hand for all of the MBD teams who worked really hard for us. I get to do this every year, and every year I'm like really sad to see these guys go, because it has been really rewarding being in class and working with all of you. So thanks everybody. Make sure you network with these guys. Please, everybody, go out and talk to the students and give them feedback on what you saw today, because they're going forward in life and this is their time. Thank you.